Requesting our dignitaries to take up the seat on the dais. Sir, I'm other one, sir. Sir, in the back. நீங்க ஒன்னா நாங்க வந்து பரமேஸ்வர் பார்வதி சமேத தான் நான் எங்களுடைய இது சார் you sit here. You sit. Good. Okay. Good. Okay.
So after that wonderful, warm, like energetic lighting the lamp, we would like to welcome all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Vanakkam everybody, Swagatam to this international conference today. Welcoming the very dynamic and eminent dance duo, Padma Bhushan Dhananjayan sir and Shanta Dhananjayan ma'am, and our Yoga Bhishmacharya, Yoga Ratna Madan Mohan sir, our mentor, and the vice registrar of Sri Balaji Vidyapith, Professor Srinivasan sir, and above all, Yoga Shakti, Puduvai Shakti, Yoga Charini, Meenakshi Devi Bhavanani Ammaji, whose 80th anniversary is what we are celebrating now as the 6th Decennial by the Yoga JivanaSatsanga in association with ISCM, the IYER and all other organizations. So wonderful to have you all. A warm welcome and so welcoming Devasanamas. I would request Devasanamas to honor everybody with a flower. Welcome all of them with a flower. With the divine blessings and the blessings of the Guru Spirits, let's all have a wonderful day today. Without any delay, I think we can go over to listening to Sir, which we are all eager. So I think I would request Dhananjayan Sir to please take over for the keynote address.
While Sir is getting ready, because we wanted to express our love and affection, sir. I wanted to say a few words that relationship with Giants, as they are known worldwide, and Ammaji and Swamaji goes back 5 decades. And I think there was a parallel parallel time. Okay, they want me to be behind the podium. Okay, fine. Yeah, I have to listen to others. Okay, no issues. There was a time where Ammaji, a very phenomenal occurrence was after marriage, after giving birth to this boy, she then started learning Natyam with Lakshman sir. This is a very atypical situation because most people they learn when they are 5, 6, 7, 8. By the time they come to teenage, 75% of them drop out. They get married, 99% drop out. This is a common occurrence we find in the field of Natyam. And Ammaji was a reverse phenomenon. After getting married to Swamiji, after having a child, she goes all the way to Chennai to Lakshman sir to study. And Lakshman sir had just started Bharata Chudamani at that time. And when he used to talk about Kalakshetra, when he talked about Kalakshetra, when he talked about all the memories, a very important memory would always come, all the dance dramas that were choreographed by Rukmani Devi and Hindi. They used to call them right. And those memories always had Dhananjay himself, and especially Shanti Dhananjay. அக்காதான் சொல்ல வருது பட் அப்படியே வச்சு ஏன்னா நாட்டிய ஃபீல்ட்ல வந்து கொஞ்சம் அதிகமா அக்கா தான் நம்ம சொல்லுவோம் அந்த இது. She was an important part of so many of those dance dramas. So was part, and Lakshman sir used to recount his roles in that. I think as Hanuman he used to play the Anjaneya. Okay. Sita Swayambara. And Goka. Wow. Wow. So, we are talking of a relationship that goes back so much time. And for many years, Dhananjay sir, because he used to always correspond with Ammaji about yoga life. And then when I took over in the last 3 years, correspond with me and have these beautiful small short introductions and interactions we would have. And that is why we kept on saying one day we'll come, because their grandson comes to the, I think it's a red soil riding, red earth riding school in Auroville. So we kept on making plan, and Bhagavan ka plan is different. So we can make all the plans, Bhagavan ka plan, whatever it is, that will only manifest. And so when this event happened, we said, no, the best person, the only person we are going to invite is Sir and Akan. And such a pleasure to have them with us. On this occasion, we also now have Sububaya, who's come all the way from Bangalore to be with us. And I think I saw Madhava come in. Namaste, Madhava, welcome. So I'm going to also be speaking today. So with this short expression of gratitude, we have immense gratitude to Sir and Akan today. Finishing this event. It's a small event, but it's a grand event, because for us, our reach is international and people all over the world enjoy it. So it is going to be a monumental memory. And at this time, someone told me we should not give him any honor and all these things, but it is our sampradaya. So kindly we request Dr. and Ma'am to accept our honoring at this time.
So we would like to honor Sir with a shawl. And Akka or Amma, Akka also with a shawl and a memento. Just to accept, we feel so honored they have accepted our invitation and accepted to be a part of this wonderful function. So truly honored.
We wish to also honor our Bhishma Pitana, Madan Mohan sir. He is yoga research, he is yoga therapy. That is the best compliment I can give him. All, now it's more than 300 research papers that I have. Everyone, தமிழ்ல சொல்லுவாங்க குருவுடைய பிச்சை அதாவது சொல்லுவாங்க it is only given by him. He is that Puliyar today continues to today, and his amazing work is what we are continuing. Thank you, sir, for being with us.
Requesting Ananda sir to honor our Yoga Bhishma Charya ji, our mentor, Madan with the shawl and memento. It's a true blessing for us that all of them are here, all at one time. And we have the opportunity to be amongst them here, share the same dais. It's really wonderful. We would like to honor the Registrar of SBB, Professor Srinivasan sir, with a shawl and a multifaceted personality too, Srinivasan sir. So requesting humbly our chief guest for today, Shri Dhananjayan ji, Padma Bhushan Shri Dhananjayan sir, to deliver the keynote address for this morning. Hello.
Namaskaram. Namaskaram. But the echo இல்லாம இருக்கலாம். Hello. Hello. Namaskaram. 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 சரியா? Namaskaram. Echo வருதா? இல்லையா? ஓம் ஸ்ரீ குருபியோ நமஹ. பிரணம்ய சிரசா தேவோ. உங்களுக்கு கேக்குறதா? ஸ்ரீ குருபியோ நமஹ. We deem it a high honor to be here on this great occasion of Ammaji's 80th birthday. And at that outset, I'll ask Shanta to get her blessings on this occasion by anointing her with a Angavastram. This is a mark of our respect to her and her work. This auspicious occasion, we're all blessed to have her here, her presence, who has been doing yeoman service to the entire community in this area. We have known her for many, many years, from the day she started with Adya Lakshman sir, her Bharatanatyam training, and later on continued, of course, our correspondence occasionally. And since the starting of the Yoga magazine, we have been regularly watching the progress of the Geetanjali Yoga Center in Pondicherry. And I have also been a contributor to this magazine, very meticulously coming and going through it. It's an international magazine which is circulated throughout globally circulated. And I am sure those who are watching, is it online? Is it
Yes,
online? Yes. And a lot of devotees of Ammaji and great Guruji all over the world, they are all getting their blessings, and also they will be listening to the events, progressive meetings and all that. And today I have been asked, given the task of giving the keynote address. When we say keynote address, we have to cover the subjects that has been initiated for the entire conference. This is the 6th Decennial conference being arranged here in Geetanjali Yoga Center. The subjects that has been covered: Karma Yoga, Nada Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, and Natya Yoga. Natyam brings yoga also into it. This is Natya Yoga. It is not just Natya Veda, it's also Natya Yoga. Natyam is Sampurna Yogam, isn't Natyam. Sampurna Yogam is Nat. That is Natya. Because Natya contains physical, mental, and spiritual aspects. So that is why our ancestors, our rishis have given so much of importance to Natya Veda. Whether one attains just training in Natya, just practitioner of performance, or it gives a complete yogic essence into it. Anybody who learns Natya is also yogi. That is why Nataraja is called Yoginam Yoginaha. Nataraja symbolizes Natya. So he is a Yoginam Yoginaha. He is the Chakravarti or emperor of yoga. So yoga, everything starts with yoga. Yoga means coming together. You used to join. See, all the senses come together only in one form, that is Natya. When you practice Natya, all your pancha senses come together. That is only place, that is only the art that brings everything together. Because when we take up practicing Natyam, we can just move our limbs or move, just move, that is dance. No, we have to think so many things, so many varieties of aspects have to be memorized on the spot. Music should be there, the rhythm should be there, the postures, the mandalas and the karanas have to be coordinated, and it should be coordinated with proper rhythm. And it should be coordinated with the literature also. Everything comes together in a split second. That's the importance of Natya. So all these aspects that you have taken up today comes under the Natya. Before that, I would also like to touch upon the name of our motherland. That is Bharatam. There are so many connotations for the word Bharatam. The country's name comes under Bharam Tarayati iti Bharata. Bharam is ignorance. Tarayati means eradicate. The country, the land of Jnana and Vijnana, it eradicates the ignorance of the world. It's not just one place. It eradicates the ignorance of the whole world. That is why it is called Vijnana Bhumi. People came here to learn, get knowledge. Jnana Bhumi. We have, our rishis have never gone beyond the borders of Bharatam, but people have come here to get all what our rishis have given us. That is the beauty of our land. So that is one connotation which is absolutely correct. And then later on we have the name Bharata. The Bharata, Shakuntala's son, ruled the entire Bhugandam, and of course the Akhanda Bharata. Akhanda Bharata means, oh, she just mentioned to me, very rightly she told me Akhanda Bharata. When she said India, I said, no, it is not India, it is Bharata. But then she said, no, the Raghanda Bharata. The child has imbibed that knowledge. Yes. Jambu Dvive Bharata Varsha. Jambudvipam is the whole Asia Khandam, that is Bharata Khandam, Akhanda Bharata. There is one section, the other sections have taken their own, because of geographical reasons, they have taken other names, but Bharatam remained as it is. And the only country in the whole universe is the country's name and our culture's name are synonymous. It calls Bharata Samudayam, Bharatiya Samudayam. We are a Bharatiya, and our practicing art form is also called Bharatanatyam. No other country has the same name, both synonymous. So only one country has that. So that is the beauty of Arsha Samskara, Rishis. The Rishis were super brain scientists. They were super brain. Not the just putting rocket to the moon. There's the scientist brain. Beyond that, our Rishis have already envisaged who is Chandra, who is Navagraha. Everything has been already said and given the Japakusuma Sankasam, Kashyapeyam, Mahadyudim, Tamoryam, Sarvapavajnam, Pranatosmi Divakaram. What is the color of Chandra, moon, and all other stars have always been scientifically proved by our Rishis. They have already in Vedas, they have enunciated, they have described everything. Now we are trying to what the Rishis have left to us through Vedas. Now the scientists are trying to research and again reserve it to us, to our country. This is the essence of Bharatam. And now, what is Sanatana Dharma? This is a talk of the hot talk of the place now. Sanatana Dharma is part of Veda, or part Veda's wholesome part is Sanatana Dharma. Can put it like that also. It is not a religion. People mistook it as or misquote it as a religion. We don't have a religion at all. Religion is man-made. Whereas Sanatana Dharma is a way of life. No evil forces can eradicate it at any time because it is lived. Immemorial, time immemorial. It is lived. Nobody could touch it. Nobody could erase it. Nobody could think of like that. Now, if people are thinking of eradicating it, it is the ignorance. I pity for such a brain. How can it is lived? The root is so deep rooted. How can you uproot it? Do you think? It's not possible. Let people talk. Anything. But nobody, no evil force could eradicate it. And the person or political parties, they say it is equivalent to coronavirus or something like that. But I think the virus has gone to their mind. But Sanatana Dharma cannot be, any virus cannot eradicate it. So the ignorance, I pity or sympathetic about the wrong notions people are now spreading. But that will come, that will just wash away. Nobody is going to believe it, or it is not going to happen at all. So that this ideology you should all, the young mind should understand that is this frivolous thinking of ignorant politicians have no matter to us. We will remain Sanatanis for everlasting period. Bhavishyatasta lokasya sarva karmanusataka. That is Sanatana Dharma. Bhavishyatasta lokasya sarva karmanusataka. For generations to come. It has come, generations to come, more generations to go. It will remain and it will be Sanatana Dharma always. So that is the very, very important aspect for today's talk going on. So coming to Natya, especially to Bharatanatyam, the Natya tradition that is prevalent in Bharata Desham. It has come for so many centuries because the Natya Shastra, the Panchama Vedam, we call Panchama Vedam, Natya Shastra, Natyakyam Panchamam Vedam Setihasam Karomyaham. So this chronologically has been, we are given a period about 3000 or more. If it has to be so profound 3000 years ago, then how many thousands of years ago the evolution has taken place and come to one stage. And that stage, Bharata was able to write a big treatise explicitly explaining the mode of entertainment or dukharthanam, samarthanam, rogarthanam, tapasyanaha, Vishranti Janasinam Kale Natyam Etad Bhavishyati. For everybody, it is a relaxing, it is educative and enlightenment and also entertainment. Everything is conjured up in the Natya. So, learning Natya itself is a complete yoga. So children, the younger generation who are learning Natya should understand the philosophy behind learning it. They may be professionals or not professionals, but still, as Dr. Anand, he is using his Bharatanatyam training into his doctoral profession. Definitely, anybody who learns Natya will have a better dexterous hand. His operation will be very artistic. This is practically we have experienced. Every time when we meet a doctor disciple of us, they will come and tell Namaskaram, Natyacharya. What we have learned, we are practicing it in our profession. They are not professional performers, but they practice the discipline, the devotion and dedication that we inculcated in them if employed in their profession, whatever profession it is. There's so many stories they come and tell me, sir, because of Bharatanatyam, I got this post. Somebody, without an interview, I got the employment without much hassles. When the moment they, in the interview, they say, I am a Bharatanatyam, I learned Bharatanatyam, then they said, yes, you are appointed. So that, I don't know how many of the practitioners would have experienced this. If you know music, you are a musician, yeah, you employed. We want a musician in our company. We want a musician in the colleges. This art. So the art form has such a profundity, which has so much of divinity and also respect. The people who have practiced art forms, any kind of art forms, which is Natya, again, it is part of Natya, they have a special respect, special place in their profession, not only in profession, in this society. Now we have so much of experience, so many brains gone to America and other places. When they go there, start their practicing, but finally settle down to pursue their art career. They are musicians. So many doctors have become musicians, complete musicians, with the availability of gadgets now, the electronic gadgets. They are making wonderful music compositions. They leave their doctor profession or engineering profession. And some of the great scientists themselves, their professionals, when they are supporting their spouses to pursue art It is more lucrative also, and also they have a better status in the society. That only art can give. So big surgeon, big engineer, big computer, IT, they're all very highly qualified. But when it comes to their social life, their wife get better respect than them. So naturally, slowly they also slip into promoting the wife to become Natyacharyas. This is a practical thing, sir. So this completes yoga, that is the Sampurna Yogam, is in Natyam. Natyam has everything conjured up in it, and Natya practitioners are respected, and such is the beauty of our Arsha Samskaram, which is now we are all, whatever said and then say, still the art is surviving. The art is, there was a time when art, everything is suppressed by the invaders, but that all has sprouted again multifold now. Where does it doesn't die? People said art has died. Has it? No. Now even in Gitanjali Yoga Center, so many children. I count every time when I see the magazine, I count so many of them have benefited from this ashram service, the yeoman service, and then also, and sometimes people say, oh, art is a very expensive thing, but no, it is here, everything is free. They are given free education here, and so many children have, poor children have benefited by the ashram, started by Swamiji and continued by Ammaji, and now being continued by the legacy is continuing. So, during the deliberations in today's, each subject which I have generally covered will be dealt with more in detail. So once again, we are honored to be here in the presence of Ammaji, and also thank you for inviting us to be here. We have been thinking of coming here for so many years. Anyatha chinditam karyam devam anyatra chintayet. Devam has said only this day, 80th birthday of Ammaji, we have to be here. So we are here. Thank you very much. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu.
So thank you so much.
And on this occasion, I would like to share. A book on us, recently published for the library, and what the children to read. Some of the valuable experiences that we have gone through in our life, compiled by our students. You have to actually keep it totally open like this. Now I think that we did the pleasure of both Parmeshwara and Parvati. Parvati from and today we are English.
You know, this is just such a beautiful moment. In Tamil, we say Koduppanai, which means that it is a blessing. Every one of you has had that blessing to listen to Sir today. Because though we put it down in the program as a keynote, it is an Upadesha. So don't limit it to a keynote. Because the context of the culture, Sir has explained so beautifully. What is the context of the culture? Today, many of you know I'm fighting cultural misappropriation, especially in yoga. Because pranayama becomes cardiac coherence breathing, asana becomes physical exercise, and as you said, Natyam has become dance. All of this cultural misappropriation, and people ask me from abroad especially, we want to practice all of these great cultural treasures of Bharatam. How can we do without appropriating? This is the question they ask me. Because they are sincere, they are devoted. They are not Indians, they may not even be Hindus. But they say, I want to do. And I say, as long as you recognize the cultural context, it is appreciation. When you deny the cultural context, it is appropriation. Whether it happens in India, whether it happens in America, it is the same. Because many people in India are misappropriating our culture also. No, that's why I said India. Many people in India are misappropriating, whereas those who understand Bharatam will always appreciate. That is the key message we got from the keynote today. And I have read earlier, Sir has written about this Natyam as a Sampurna Yogam. I have read the article also, and I really recommend that you go online, you Google Sir's writing, and you'll have such a treasure of what this cultural ethos means. And as we have Parameshwara with us, we should also have a few words from the Parvati part also. Or just or blessing ka, please, engutage.
This is a very difficult task. He's always my best half. I may be his better half, but he's my best half. So he says it all, and I totally agree with him. Thank you so much for inviting us and be able to share whatever we know with you all. Thank you, Ammaji. Yes, with you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Ka. You know, in Indian culture, Shiva is never taken alone. Because Shiva alone, it has to be Shiva Shaktya. Even they say Shiva without Shakti is Shava. So that is why the importance of Shakti is always there in our culture. That is actually the reality that our culture always understands. Whenever we sit for any ceremony, just the man cannot sit. There has to be the accompaniment there. Otherwise, that energy. In Ramayana, we have that story because Sita Devi was in the ashrama, that they had to put on the golden statue to do the yajna also. That is the importance, and that is why to have both Dhananjayan Sir and Shantaka with us today, this is the biggest blessing, the biggest gift you could have given Ammaji on her 80th birthday. And all of us are blessed today. We will be continuing with the program. And whenever Sir and Akka need to take back the journey back, they have to go 2 hours journey to Muttukadu, and we will be facilitating it and continuing the program as we go on at this point. Good. Okay. So Ammaji's message, she gives us that message repeatedly, be good. And I think that is just so important. Yes, Dr. Meena, please continue.
Thank you, sir. So that was the most beautiful, disposition, I would say, not a lecture, not a talk. Disposition of the term Bharata, what is Sanatana Dharma, and how it eradicates an individual's ignorance so that enlightenment can take place. So very, very beautifully brought out about the Natya Shastra and Natya as a whole, and how yoga is also a part of this whole thing. And Ananda sir for compiling it so beautifully. May we have a standing ovation for this wonderful and eminent couple who have come here. A standing ovation for all the beautiful things they have done, achieved, and yet they are so humble and they've accepted to be here, honoring us. Thank you so much. That we are so honored you've been a part of this for this, your presence here. So we go on to the next part of this conference with the plenary session. We have again three eminent speakers. More than eminent, I would say more respectable, divine human beings are what we have in line now. The first one being our very own Yoga Ratna, Yoga Bhishmacharya, the man of enlightenment, intellect, the man of wisdom, our Yoga Jambavan, and above all this, a Pandit also in Veda. That is currently what he is doing, other than being the HOD of physiology at JIPMER, retired from JIPMER, and then he took over at Mahatma Gandhi Medical College, and now he is the honorary advisor for our institute, the Institute of Saludogenesis and Complementary Medicine at Sri Balaji Vidyapeeth. Above all, he is a mentor to all of us, a well-wisher to all of us, and whatever we are is what we have learned through him and learned from him. Sir, always indebted to you. Thank you, sir. So please, your plenary session, the first one on Karma Yoga. So none other is apt to give this topic because he is a Karma Yogi himself. More than anything, he would like to be called as the bestest boy. A big round of applause to our bestest boy here, Professor Madan Mohan sir.
Uttamaya Vedamata Prachodayantam Bhavamani Dijanam Ayu Pranam Priyam Pashum Krityam Denam Brahmachasam Mahem Dattar Jattu Brahmalokam. Distinguished dignitaries on the desk and yoga enthusiasts, I see in you that spark, people from different countries that love and spark and interest in yoga, which comes back to me and I also get stimulated. And I listened to respected Padma Vibhushan ji and as Natyam, which is not my field, but Bharatam and Sanatan. I am concerned about this, I am working on this. And I see the Sanatan Ved, which we have forgotten. Ved is source of everything, whether dance and Ayurveda and or whatever, and yoga also. Now, this institute, the center, yoga center, I am associated with for a long time, since 1977, when I saw Swamiji first, and Ammaji, and the baby for that time, Vishwa's baby that time, and how they respected me, accepted me. I remember it. And the Swamiji, I cannot forget. I had very intimate many hours with him, with his unforgettable personality. And all sensing, the knowledge was beyond description. I cannot forget it. And I see in Ananda Swamiji and his Shakti, energy, still pervading. That is moved Ammaji. And now, today my talk is on Karma Yoga. And if I have seen a typical Karma Yogi, Ammaji, see, the taking yoga and Bhavanani and also music classes for hundreds of children, including ordinary children from deprived societies, hundreds and thousands, year after year, decade after decade. Such a talented personality. And then seeing her going to market on a scooty, ordinary scooty. Such a talented person, just a scooty, buying the provisions for running the ashram. Coming back, doing the Yoga Life magazine, editing it, writing the articles. It's not an ordinary job. And calmly, quietly, and the smile on the face, that smile I see on all of you also. And the Shakti I see in the Minaji, Devisanaji, it continues. So my topic is the Karma Yoga. Okay. See, I will talk about Karma Yoga in let's say class pattern. Because I've been teaching them also. What is Karma Yoga? What is significance? What does it mean? How important it is? Is it a practical philosophy? Is it possible? And then how to be Karma Yogi? These four aspects I've seen. What is Karma Yoga? You know what is yoga? Yoga is the union, all of you know. What is karma? It's the Sanskrit word kri, to do. You do. You work. Your duty. You perform your duty. So Karma Yoga. But more appropriate is Nishkam Karma Yoga. That's more appropriate. And that is central message, ultimate of Bhagavad Gita. Now you see, because Padma Vibhushan Ji said, Sanatan cannot be eradicated. Afghanistan is gone. Kashmir is gone. So it cannot be eradicated if we protect it. We have to protect it. Now I have seen everybody there, and they are talking just nobody giving this quoting from the Vedas. This is there. What Vedas is about Nadi? What Vedas is Karam? What Vedas is unity? Nobody's quoting that. So what's the point? So that's what we need is in the Veda mantra is Yatra Brahmacha Kshetramcha. Where Brahm is Brahmatej, knowledge. Kshetramcha. Samincha Chartasaha. Well, they go together. Tam lokam punyam pragesham. That place is punya place. Yatra Deva Sahagina. Why Devta? Devtas we people. Devtas are there. Some Sahagina. Agni is not only burning. Agni means fiery birth. That is the punya place. Bhagavad Gita. Yatra Yogeshwara Krishna. Yatra Partha Daludara. Tatra Sri Vijaya. Both together. That is not happening. All separately. It will happen now. It's going to happen. What controversy is good, because it will stimulate us now. It will come up. It will rebound back. So that is now a question of Nishkam. Nishkam is this has to be, there's lots of colonial dogmas and narratives, wrong narratives, which will have takes the narrative of themselves. When somebody dies, they rest in peace. But we believe in Atma, we next birth and Mukti. Rest in peace. Everywhere. Where is Atma rest in peace? So the problem, there are so other what is the narrative, narrative. And we have forgotten our Vedic Sanskrit, Vedic Dharma. We do not know. That's the problem. And because I know, because I'm reading now, I am not just recently. I have got full and other books also. More than 20,000 mantras. And I've read 2,000-3,000. Involved in the birth, not in the result. That is Nishkam. It's not disinterested. It is fully interested. Detachment from the father, attachment to the birth. That full attachment, that is Nishkam. And so it is duty oriented, not result oriented. Conversely, the trade union, give me what for me, what is there? I want, but I don't want to do anything. I want just reverse of that. So that was this. So it's not confused. A lot of confusion there. Even when I started yoga research, how much opposition was there? Yoga was there. Now yoga has to grow phenomena. Who can erase? Now Ved has to become grow phenomena. It has to become. It will become. Okay, that's the other. What is Yoga? What is significance? And also you are aware of many of you remember the Mahabharata episode, the TV serial. The lead one shloka has the word Gita. Karmaneva dhikaraste maphale karmani. Karmaneva dhikar maphale shukadachana. The love. You have to, instead of giving charity, you share. And you hear. And when you do that, immediately that's what's the Yoga Krishna Bhagavata. Shreya Gyan, more than Gyan, more than Gyan. Jnanam Mishishate. Jnana is higher than Jnana. Jnanat karma phal tyaga. Karma phal tyaga. That is because. So that's the beauty of this. And so you release work from it. And this is now This is the many these companies that emphasize on this point. So then you work, you are not bothered of the result. I am not interested. So this, I'm not worried. No worry. That's worry. What I'm going to get, whether I pass or not, come first or not, get more profit or not. So that's not my concern. So I'm relaxed. When you're relaxed, it's mental health itself. So and then you do better work. Very relaxed. Very relaxed form. But else comes, okay, fine. So it is ideal. That's why they say, you do this balance of mind. Samattam yuchate. You can be better. Yoga karma svacharam. So that's what Bhagavad says. That's the significance of Nishkam Karma Yoga. Is Nishkam Karma Yoga practical? When people say, oh, you have to be selfish, you have to take care of yourself. Who is unselfish? It's not possible. How do you get it? You see, every mother, every amma is example of selfish love and service. Not only human, animals also. They do it. It's a practical philosophy. Rishis were like that. What rishis expected? They will go, and many rishis are Chakravartis, great people. Then they take sannyas, go to ashram, forest. What they do there? Not ritual, dhan, sadhana. Train people. Why Ram was trained? Why Krishna was trained? In the ashram. They don't get anything back. They have cows are there, that's enough for them. So that is the example. Scientists, so many scientists. I'll give you one example of scientists. There's so many. I used to this physiological review every year. Previously I used to read, now I don't read. Every physiological review. Every issue, once in a year. Every issue has a university. In the first, some scientists, their whole, how they work, how they work, one institute, other institute, beautiful. So many there, I read so many. And one example of insulin, which you understand better, it was a Frederick Banting, Best and MacLeod, who discovered insulin. Now it was the, he was also know our biochemist, this one. See, Banting was, he was a surgeon, very junior, young, he was surgical practice. But to make students meet his extra work as a demonstration of physiology. That is beauty between the two together, union. Now he has to take class on the diabetes. And for preparing the class, it was a fresh look at physiology on the pancreas. And then being a surgeon, he got an idea journal about this. It's related to pancreas diabetes. He saw a journal, what they do, pancreas, they close the duct, pancreatic duct, which is enzyme for digestion, and then keep it. After 3-4 weeks, the degeneration, and pancreatic exocrine, which is enzyme for the digestion. The endocrine pancreas, which has no ducts. Endocrine means the hormone separate, which is not only insulin, but other hormones also. They remain intact. So you are isolating those ones. Now this has been done by some people, but they were not successful. Finally, that was not done. And this fellow, when he, after lecture, he got something. He got action potential, he got brain wave. And he could not sleep that night. He was so much excited. The idea is going on this. So many things are like that, not him. And at about 2 o'clock midnight, he could not sleep. Then he wrote in his diary, gathered all, he wrote it. And many have written in the sleep and morning they could not read, and everything lost. Many, so many happened. And then he found, and then he went to college, talked to his professor, so many other professors, nobody could give any idea. They told him, Toronto, Canada, MacLeod, because they're famous. he was doing this work. You weren't there. Now see, mad fellow, he had a practice, he had a house. He closed his practice, sold his house, furniture, and went to Toronto, went there, met McLeod, and told him. McLeod was, he was not much impressed by his idea. The work's already done. His space is the field. But he gave respect, he was open, young man, and then he gave him, okay, you work in my liberty. I'll give you $10. I'll give you my best. And this was how this happened. How was it there? Dean Anish, 2 times, heart specialist, that's one year. We cannot do it here. So they worked, ultimately, he got it. He was midnight, 2 a.m. And I have seen that also. I have that long back now. It seems as if it feels bad. That all the diary he see there. And at morning, whole night working, morning they got this insulin was discovered. And then they got Nobel Prize. They did not work for Nobel Prize. He sold his house, he did not express anything. That is Islam. They want for the Islam people. And what church says, Tatyashu Punyitamo Vedo, about I read, Sutta Sanam of Church Committee, I had the book. About this, there's no separate in this Ved and science. That is for them, not for us. How can we eradicate it? Ved is the Ayurveda, this Ayurveda, Ved is Ayurveda. Tasyashu Punyitamo Vedo, Vedidamata, Vakshite Yen Manishanam, Lokur, Uruver Hitam. It's for benefit of people. That's what it's funny. When that says right, it's for the right, for daily living. That's Veda. So that is the scientists have discovered. So many are there, not one. And we see this Yogeshwar Krishna. He was having death from Allah, birth itself. After then, he lived more than 120 years. Whole life is struggling, fighting for Dharma. And Mahabharata's time, he's such a talented person. Knowledge is the top inside. Every field of this, he was. Arjuna was top, but Krishna was better than him. This also. Mali, he killed as a small boy. He killed 2 Chanur and Kanis also, as a small boy. This also, top. And this. Also this Meet-Inaugural. Now, during Mahabharata war, he was lovingly tending the horses, works as a Shudra. Shudra is not something, Shudra is unskilled labor. Unskilled labor, it's not different. So he was Brahman also, he was Kshatriya also, he had money also, he was Vaishya also. He was Shudra also. There's no this way to know, but to quote. Vedanta so many skilled men. Shudra Brahman Meti, Brahman Shavi Shudra. They are precious truths. They got only precious truths because Mecca has done it. They don't know themselves. Slavishly follow them. They don't know what is this. So it is Paramatma, not really Paramatma Mahadani. What? Who am I? Who are you? You are not Ananda. You are soul. You are Atma. You are Punyat, you are Mahatma. Mahatma, Punyatma. And what you have? 2 best instruments, current, Bahi current, body and mind. Atma has that. Who is your body and mind? Paramatma. Who is this whole Srishti? Beautiful. Free oxygen, free air, free water. Mahadani Paramatma. He is Vishnu, because he has created whole this much. For whom? For us. That's creation. Mahadani. So every from mother to scientist to rishi to Krishna to Paramatma, everyone is Nishkam Karma Yogi. So that is, so it is possible, it is possible. Acha, 5 minutes रहेगा बताना, 5 minutes before. How much time? That's the okay. Now, how to get engaged in Nishkam Karma Yoga? How to do it? We know what it is, the great thing. We know it's possible. We know its consequences, beautiful. But how best to do it? Let's know that. Because, all these mantras can be, as you know, Bhagavad Gita, Bhakti Yoga, Jnana Yoga, Karma Yoga, Raj Yoga. It is Veda. Jnana, Karma, Upasana. All mantras, a few are some additional points also. So Jnana should be basic for our action. We have to work on the basis of understanding, discrimination, because we have this, and we don't have that. And then, so it is understanding. So the Jnana Karma Upasana, Jnana knowledge, which is philosophy. Where is philosophy? Not belief. Belief in unverified dogma. What is the heaven is there, this is there, God is there? You cannot verify it. Just believe. Where they don't believe. And you see, they are believers, they are seekers. The difference is there. The basic difference. They believe our karma, our jnana, their philosophy. Bhagavad Gita is everything. Veda is a beautiful philosophy. Jnana, karma. There are so many mantras, I can quote them, it's not time there, which emphasize karma. And Sheshatamai Karmana, that's the first mantra of Veda opening. Ishetoji, karma, Shesh karma, exalted word. Sheshatamai, highly exalted word, that is over there. The noble word, exalted word. Then Upasana. Upasana is Paramatma, not rituals. That is Dhyana. Dhyana Upasana. This is the essence of Veda. Jnana Karma Upasana. And when the Jnana is utilized as karma, and you meditate upon Jnana, and meditate on the Jivan head also, Jnana becomes Vijnana. Vijnana is science out there. That's very higher Jnana. Understand it. That's why when those who have deep knowledge, they understand different. Otherwise, ordinary science is not scientist. Scientist is one who knows, who does, practices, who contributes, creates something. He is scientist. Everybody is scientist. Then Maxwell do Sanskrit. Isn't it? I know more English than they do Sanskrit. Much more. Then I'm an English scholar. What nonsense? What he created? How much Sanskrit he knew himself? Anybody talking about words. What Sanskrit he knows? What grammar he knows? He has to interpret the mantra, not the false syllabary. They're talking. You quote anything, then they're simply talking nonsense. And our people are unable to counter them. They are themselves ignorant. Even Shankaracharya. They are not able to. That's what they keep quiet. They also talk something like something like that. It's not, it's not what it is. Good. They're not able to. They don't know. So it is now. I hope this is time now. The knowledge of Sanatana. And we should also contribute whatever we can. It's not our field, but we can do it. So the Shrestha Karmana. What Yogi Shakti says, Yad Karoshi, whatever you do. Yad Ashnasi, whatever you eat. As Prasad. Yad Juhoshi, Dadasi, yad whatever you give. Yad Tapasya, Konte, Tapasya. Tatkuru, Shivadarpanam, offer to me. And forget. This is the how to do it. It is shifting your attitude. What attitude is? Ananda says, gratitude is the highest attitude. He is very often saying, but that's fine, no doubt. But you should be here now. You are eating, I have been here, I have not seen. Yes, Pondicherry are very good. Daily I have seen. In very often, you go to the reception. The people are well off, like that. As soon as the dinner started, they pounce upon that. See, as if they have never seen food. That's very common. Glutton, this is attitude. You are going to eat, you have so much, whatever you eat, whole thing. Who will stop you? Like that. And some people see a lady woman, oh, they never seen a woman. This is what you see. This attitude. Greediness. You have to shift here. How you shift here? You have to have knowledge. No, John, read Veda, this is knowledge. Have satsang, you will have knowledge. That is not there. That's like it. So then, we want to enjoy it. We should. This is Ananda, joy. Today we have been Swami Ananda, Swami Nanda Ananda, maybe. Every Swami name is Ananda. It's our meditation. Yunjaniyam Sadatmanam, Yogi Vivek Salvishar, Sukhen Brahma Sanspasham, Atentam Sukhamashkite, Dhyan. It's Anand. But Anand is different. That's Sukha from outside, material. It is temporary, fluctuation. Anand is Anand is there, but see, Neda Mantra. Usually 34 chapter or 40 chapter. I'm not really sure, 40 or 34 chapter. There are some 18 and 19 mantras. All the mantras, take a photocopy, it becomes issue edition, Ishavasa edition. That's the way. Except for two mantras, only the serial number changes. And two mantras, one word, and the operation, Asam Bhuti and some Avidya. The two, the two words change. So there's nothing. It is just issue. It is usually last chapter, 40th chapter. And then now where the ritual Upanishad is the narrative. And we are separated. We only say, they don't say. They have started. And they have what some people say it like that. What it is, first mantra of each first mantra of 40th chapter usually. You can see yourself. Ishavasam idam sarvam. Yatkinti jagat jagat. Ishwar is past jagat. Yatkinti, emphasis, whatever is there, Ishwar is pervading. Tena bhujita. That you bhujita bho. Enjoy, sustain with sense of detachment. Then to tell vision, don't have this others. Let us say, beautiful mantra. Ishwar is everywhere. Enjoy, but don't be attached to that. You have to balance like that. So this is our. This is Gyan. And then, see, you have to have faith. Faith is a blind faith. Faith in Paramatma. Everybody believes in Paramatma. Faith in yourself. Faith in yourself. Because Paramatma has created me. He has given me discrimination. I have knowledge. I have ability. This is called Bahikaran. Physical body. Antakaran, mind. Which have their own ability. And then so I have faith in myself, I can do. And then freedom of doing. Free will we have. But otherwise give somebody, I'm going to do it. God, everything, God says, Allah says, otherwise I cannot do it. Then you say to the judge also, how can I kill him? It is free touch. Okay. Have faith in the self, higher self. Have faith in yourself. And then work. And then you'll be able to enjoy higher self. This comes from your self means doing the work. Then the work will be beautiful. You have to understand, we are born with duty. Our duty to, we have, you put a page, which you got Punur, Upanayam, 3/3, the rin, Devarin, our rin or debt to the Paramatma. I told you Paramatma Mahadan has given us everything. See, there's a COVID. People understand value of oxygen. People died because of oxygen, lack of oxygen. In Delhi, literally so many died because of lack of oxygen. Then they realized oxygen. How much oxygen is there? How much we use? Free. It's unlimited. Who gave me this oxygen? But they realized it. So, and it's not that we take on, we must give back. We cannot give to Paramatma, but give to the children of Paramatma. This way. I have knowledge. I learned from Ananda. I cannot give back to him. Who am I? Very small. So I'm using knowledge to somebody else. So he'll be happy, I'll be happy, everybody will be happy. Because if you love this child, mother will be happy. If you love the chela, guru will be happy. Mahatma ko rijane ke liye uske bachche se pyar karo. So Paramatma will be happy because you are helping these children. And that is another nerve. Because God is not there, I am here, you are separate, you Kaki, I am separate. Paramatma is everyone. So therefore, I will have, that faith is there, that darshan is there, then I will be, even now, what does namaste mean? I respect, I love. It's the symbol of, external symbol of this concept. This is not a rule one. Once I remember, was student, my principal that time was the principal and 2-3 professors going. So I was very smart that time. I just to show my smartness, or maybe score over them, I don't know what again, something like that. So I went fast. Then principal called me. Why are you going fast? You are saying process. He didn't say about you. Your teachers are there. You have to show respect to them. Don't say that. It was not ego, the childish. It was something in the mind. But it comes, all of us are mistakes, isn't it? So enjoy the mind. Enjoy the work. How do you enjoy the work? You know this, because it's a duty. You are born with duty. Duty is the Paramatma. Duty of parents, Pitrin, Devrin, Pitrin, and Rishirin. Rishis are there, our teachers, and Pitrin parents. That's it. Mother is the first. Only India, I was saying, the only Bharat only. Only India is motherland. Others are fatherland. Only in India, Paramatma is the Adhanarishwara talked about that point. God is neither man nor woman. Value God, I'm not calling you God. Value. So the motherland. Ram says, Janani Janma Bhuvishya, Sarya, very says. Mother and motherland is higher than Sarya. And Sarya is here also, it says, Yatra Suharda, Sukuto Madanti Vaya. You know Sanskrit? I don't know, but I know mantra. Yatra Suharda, Sukrito Madanti Vaya. Sukrito Madanti, you enjoy the very good work. Vihai Rogam, Tanamashvaya, Ashluna Angai, Avata Sarge. That home, your father, your children, and you enjoy the good work. That is sorry. This is a very concept. And then what we do, we outsource the service, heaven to some imaginary planet, and then create heaven here. That is it. And one more point I would like to say then. to have tendency to good work, this work, you have to purify your mind also. There are many ways of purifying mind by sattva ahar, sattva vichar, by service. Service, even one, when you serve, even one, you purify the mind. Purify the mind. That's why Mana, even this Mana says, Advigatrani Shuddhati, water fills the body. Mana Satyani Shuddhati. Vidyatapovya Bhutatma, Buddhir Gyani Shuddhati. Manu, beautiful. That never quote. Only friendship, there are a lot of one word. No author contradicts himself, say no. No author. And the words are beautiful. How can you oppose it in same word? Clear. One, there's a Professor Swendru, I have the book, I have not read it. Vishwa Yoga. He has identified and given the reason. This verse and this verse for the fall. He was the retired vice chancellor of Guru family. And yeah. So, but those verses, they don't know, they can't go, but they got this one. This one. So, thank you very much for this opportunity to Ananda, to Ammaji, and to Meenaji. She only arrested me, first and she'll be chirping and working all the time. So, and Nishkam Karmi, there's Meenaji also dancing and working. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. If I may. So now you know why he was given the topic Karma Yoga, right? Such a wonderful exposition of that whole topic.
I would like to express our appreciation to Madan Mohan sir for this most amazing exposition of Karma Yoga. I think we should all give him a round of applause for a very beautiful exposition. Many of you will not know during COVID, sir went to hell with afflicted by oral cancer. He had to have his whole mouth reconstructed. He went through hell when we corresponded, and it was a COVID time. Nobody could even meet each other. Coming through that and coming to the level he is today, it's an outstanding courage. The courage of his heart, the courage of his Atma, and to be with us. I remember online, our PhD meetings where sir couldn't even speak. And from that to come back to where he is today, sir, you are an inspiration for all of us, sir. And today, please sit down. Today you would have heard a few special gems. I was telling Subbu Bhaiya that I don't think I've ever heard the Paramatma described as a Nishkama Karma Yogi. This is a unique description today. Paramatma has given us free oxygen, given free water, free soil, free use of this universe. What a beautiful concept of the Paramatma as a Nishkama Karma Yogi. And the other one he said is Swarga has been outsourced. I think that Swarga, outsourcing Swarga, that is a typical Madan Mohan sir statement. And selling it back to us, so repackaged in dollars. So at this point, we have been sitting for a long time. So we will take a short break. There is some fruit salad and some vada for you. And then in 15 minutes, we'll come back to continue. We have a session with Srinivasan sir and Subbu Bhaiya, but we thought we have all been sitting and we thought it's a good chance for us to take a short break at this time, and we'll be back in 15 minutes. Oh, yeah. Before we take that break, because this is something very special, so you'll never forget what you're going to hear now. Now I'm building it up a bit. That's okay. Professor Srinivasan is very well known in our university for spontaneous composition and singing. And on any occasion in our university, he will sing a small song based on what is happening in that moment. It's spontaneous. So I request sir to give a spontaneous offering at this point.
குணம் நிறை சாந்த மனம் கவர் தனஞ்சயமு நாயகிரா மனம் நிறைந்தாய சாந்த மனம் கவர் கணமூர்த்தி அவர் முன்னிலையிலே மோகன் மதன் மதன் மோகனம் மதன சிப்பதை மனம் கவனிகள் ஆனந்த நிலை தரும் சிந்து பைரவி சங்கமதில ஆனந்த நிலை தரும் சிந்து பைரவி ஆனந்த யோகியுடன் அழகு பிரியாவருடன் ஆனந்தராஜுடன் 8-10 கண்ணனும் அம்மாஜியை 8-10 கண்ணனும் அம்மாஜியை முத்தமிட்டு மகிழ்வோனே
giving us sharing his knowledge on Nada Yoga. So I don't know whether I'm in, sir, because other than being the registrar of Sri Balaji Vidyapith, he is a multifaceted personality. You saw his, how he just came up with that impromptu. He's also a maestro in Mobil Singh, and I have seen him play Ganjira. I don't know what other instrument he can play. He has more than 1,000 compositions that he has created. People who are in Facebook will know that he keeps posting all of them and sharing it with everybody. All that, like sir was saying, don't hold it, share it with the world, right? And so without much ado, I request Professor Srinivasan sir to please come and take the dais and share his viewpoint on Nada Yoga.
Thank you. Namaste. Most revered Ammaji, you are undoubtedly the star of perfection, not only today, but you are going to permanently there. And you bless us so that actually we will come and have a much more grand celebration near 100 birthdays. Yes, that is actually my faithful prayer at the beginning. Eminent dignitaries on the stage, Professor Ananda, my dear friends, yogis actually have been drawn actually from various parts of the globe to partake of this wonderful opportunity actually that has been bestowed on us, commemorating actually this lovely 80th birthday of Ammaji. So such an eminent speaker as just spoke, I don't think I shall be much more knowledgeable in no way. So please permit me in Tamil, actually in Vaishnava Parampara, we say Ariyar Kariyar, Dasanu Dasan. What I know is very, very little, and I subject myself and also submit myself. On that note, I really thank Ananda sir and also the organizing committee for affording me this wonderful opportunity to share a few vital aspects actually on Nada Yoga. And I'm quite sure actually this topic actually is quite ubiquitous. It is universally accepted that sound is everything, isn't it? Irrespective of any religion, in an eclectic manner, or probably anything in an esoteric manner, which may not be appreciated by many, yet it can please actually both the well-informed and the less informed. That is the sound of the effect of Shabda, or the sound, or the eternal sound, or the proverbial sound of Om Pranavakara, where it unifies all the three aspects of the sound, especially the one that is gross, the one that is very, very subtle, and the one actually that is going to strike a harmonious relationship based on the causal relationship, linking both the gross as well as the subtle aspects. It's an amazing concept, the Nada Yoga. And as our eminent Padma Bhushan awardee actually, Dhananjayan has told, it is very difficult actually to separate these terms, yoga or natyam or music for that matter. Actually, it's very, very difficult actually to categorically state this is here. The limit has to be drawn here. The curtains have to come down and pave way. But no, it is actually a seamless contribution as well as a continuation of all the terms, because ultimately when we are going to surrender ourselves with the ultimate, that is the Brahman, Aham Brahmasmi. Actually, that is what we always say. The Paramatma, the eternal Lord, actually resides essentially here. You need not have to go here and there in search of the Paramatma. He is residing here. Isn't it? That is it's the holistic process of the conjunction of the association of the mind through the proverbial sound actually, or the nada, or actually the subtle intonation, when it allows us to merge with the eternal, that is nothing but Nada Yoga in essence. That is actually a simple way where the flow of sound leads to the perfect union of the body, mind, soul, as well as the spirit. So that is the only force. The Nada Yoga is the only force that binds the Jivatma, the Paramatma, or the all-pervading. And this is what actually Yoga Maharishi Swami Deepananda Giri has very nicely told. Many of you would have gone already undergone this training here, after the 3 years status, how the Yoga Maharishi has imbibed, Swami Deepananda Giri has imbibed all the vital elements by drawing a reference actually to the Ashtanga, the 8 limbs of yoga, and drawing further reference to the Hatha Yoga Pratipika. That is very, very important here, actually, especially for those people. I am a novice when it comes to yoga, but I did a little bit of literature such to say how Yoga Maharishi, Swami Deepananda Giri, took that much of interest actually to fuse the contemporary aspects of science with the existing knowledge already prevalent. That is the yoga. That's something amazing. This will come only to a person who wants to share the knowledge and wisdom for the benefit of the humanity. I'm not telling for the benefit of the humanity. That's the reason why actually Yoga Maharishi Swami Deepananda Giri is worshipped here. You just go and visit the blog sites there. One paragraph definitely will be on Swami Deepananda Giri. Irrespective of the yoga schools, let it be Ajayan, sir. He will be making a mention actually about Swami Deepananda. I don't want to mention for the obvious influence of bias here. I'm just telling how Swami Yoga Maharishi Swami Deepananda Giri has imbibed all the essential aspects of all the Ashtanga the limbs of the yoga and fused it harmoniously with the Hatha Yoga concepts and for the benefit actually of the humanity. Something very good, because he always says, Swami Deepananda Giri is residing here. So he always says that is yoga through sound, or the proverbial sound is the one that actually not only harnesses the energy from within, but in a harmonious manner. That is what he says. That is in harnessing, we do many things actually, harnessing for some ulterior motive or selfish reason. But we are not going to harness it for the sake of humanity. But here, a harmonious balance or chord is struck between harnessing the energy with the natural vibration that is actually prevalent in the cosmos or the cosmic world. That is the one actually that is going to ultimately allow us to unify ourselves with God. That Jivan Mukti. During our lifetime itself, we will experience several things. Didn't we experience? I'm quite sure I expect a big yes from all of you here. Just a while ago, we experienced, we are all surviving, we are very much here, but we already become Jivan Mukta because we listened to some wonderful exposition of truth, nothing but truth, isn't it? First from Dhananjay sir and from our Guruji Madan Mohan sir. So that is one important thing. And irrespective of the religion, I think this is what even Ananda sir also says, religion apart, in an eclectic manner, we just say Vedas, which dates back actually to 1500 to 600 before Common Era, BCE. That what it says, this word is called Nada or Shabda in Sanskrit. In the beginning was Brahman, with whom was the word, and the word is nothing but Nada. See how profound philosophy actually has been known in Vedic ages. We claim ourselves that science has enveloped us, it is all encompassing and all, as very nicely told by Madan Mohan sir as well as Dhananjay itself. The rishis have already done all those things, the Vedic period itself. But not to say actually it's limited to Hinduism alone, just for the example, for the benefit of the eclectic population, I just say, I'm quoting a word, just one important quote from New Testament. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God. What is that God actually? God is the Almighty, the Brahman. What is the word? Word, whatever Jesus Christ actually is quoted, is nothing but the Shabda, proverbial Shabda. So beautiful. Now, for a change, actually, let us quote Quran 41:11. Then he directed himself to the heaven when it was smoke, and then said to it and to earth, come willingly or by force. They said, we do come willingly. That force is nothing but actually the origin of Hatha Yoga itself. So we may say that, see how great people, great minds actually converge, isn't it? It's the confluence of the great minds actually. Hatha Yoga is nothing but actually the yoga that warrants actually the physical force. the pranayama, the asanas and other things, and how well these things have been implicated there is something good. And for a discerning population, we always say sound or music or naga, some can please the layman, some can actually please only the well-informed. Okay, don't bother about that at all. The two parts associated with this sabda or the sound or the nada is one is a margi part, the other one is deshi. Deshi is one which Dhananjay was talking about, how the Panchaveda Bharatanatyam can also offer the entertainment part of it. That is actually the deshi aspect. Whereas you can create path, epoch making path, that is the margi aspect. So it is up to us to choose the path by which we can retain or we can attain the Brahman. The path is open to us. You take a path, actually, we are at the junction, or we can say the crossroads of our life. Path is quite open. The discerning path, you have to choose. You choose a path based on the teachings and also the information actually that has been provided to you. Take a path that is margi path that will show you the way. This is it. And Sant Kabir also says, nada is found within. It is nothing but music without strings. It may not be violin, it may not be sitar, veena, santur, but it plays in the body, even without our realizing. It is something very great, no? Because nada penetrates, it is not only pleasing to the outer ear, but it is going to please the inner self. That once again highlights the concept of aham brahmasmi. That's very, very, very profound, very sublime. That's something very great, I think. It has got this immense and inherent capacity to penetrate the soul and also transgress the barriers of religion. I always make it a point to tell, actually, though Hinduism has given the world, it is not that actually it is open to everybody. It is devoid of any religion, and the same thing is echoed in all the religions, as I just now given a few examples, because the sound basically are the two types of sound. A sound which is very profound, a sound that you can listen. I can tap, this also gives the sound, ahata. Anahata is something actually which ultimately confluence actually reaches the pinnacle, that is Om Pranavakara, because that Om itself, Swamiji says, I will come to it a little later, the Avum, it has got actually all the three aspects of life itself. And it also probably portrays that the Om chanting, which even Lara Madam, along with Ananda sir, has told about the mantra, as well as the Om chanting, the Pranama. Pranama has got a very important capacity in the sense that it can join all the three, the heard, the unheard, and to be heard. That is actually the graph that is available. The subtle that may define your knowledge or comprehension, don't worry. Finally, you will ensure actually that it is going to strike a causal relation. This is what Lara Madam told. A lot of her YouTube videos, I have borrowed few from her, and I'm acknowledging her in her presence itself. Yes, otherwise I'll be booked for plagiarism. Isn't it? So Lara Madam saying, what this man actually is telling, all those things I am telling. Yes, I am emphatically acknowledging actually the glorious contribution of Lara ji and Ananda ji with reference actually to the concept delineation. Okay, Sangeeta Lara ji, yes. Because I would also say actually Nada Yoga Lara ji. Yes, because this thing very, very clearly, they are experts here. I am not an expert. The Anahata, it is associated actually with the heart chakra. Isn't it Anahata chakra? Those people like who are Pandits in yoga will know I am not a Pandit. And I should not talk like an upset in front of Panditji here. So basically, it is going to encompass the Mooladhara, Swadhisthana, and Manipura. If you just see the attributes, my goodness, it's mind-blowing. What does it confer? Bliss, peace, harmony, love, empathy, clarity, purity of thoughts, unity, compassion, kindness, and capacity to forgive. Amazing concepts. How many of us even really know that the unstruck note of Anahata, we think it is music? No, it is the process of life itself. The Anahata Nada that actually is so powerful, ever resonating, it encompasses such as a wide variety of glorious attributes. These attributes are actually responsible for our whole existence and probably after our life also, because our teachings are going to be passed on to the next generation. That's very important, isn't it? So that is the most important aspect. This doctrine of Yoga Maharishi yesterday and day before yesterday also, I just preparing a little bit notes because I'm talking actually to such a elite and erudite audience. I should not make a fool of myself. I thought Dr. Ananda has been very generous enough and asked me to come. I have to do a little bit of justice. When I was just browsing Gita and the yoga traditions, amazing, because Yoga Maharishi, I just found out what he has actually, what was the impetus that he laid on. He laid on asanas, kriyas, pranayama, the various mudras, the yoga, and he linked Laya yoga with the jnana and the Raja yoga. Isn't it? Bhakti karma is there, jnana and Raja, which even Sir was just telling the karma yoga. He had the idea and also the intuition to merge it based on the principles of Hatha yoga, bring the concept of Laya yoga. And then what he did, Yoga Maharishi, the great Rishi, holistically integrated ancient techniques with contemporary science. And he didn't do it just like that. He rested very strongly on the principles of Yoga Mahasutra that laid by Patanjali, where it was codified. So I saw that and I, in a humble way, devised the Om from there. How? Attributes A. Asanas, Kriyas, Pranayama, Mudras, Jnana, Raja Yoga, Laya Yoga. Uniqueness, U. Holistic integration of ancient techniques, how seamless it is fused with contemporary. Moral force, Yama and Niyama. Take the first letters, A-U-M. That probably actually is the, yes, that probably signals the contribution of Yoga Maharishi in a nutshell, how he was able to think beyond anybody, but once again for the holistic benefit of the community. So I think let's all hail Yoga Maharishi. We need not have to applaud, but we can just bow. Yes, bow in reverence. And there is actually music, a chakra-based music. Bhuvaneshwari is there, Janita is there, and then Mangala Gauri is also there. Yoga, chakra-based yoga, and then Our Lady, Sri Lankan lady also is there. Yes, she is actually a master's in Hindustani music. They know. Chakra-based music. The chakra-based music has got a capacity to link each proverbial sound to a particular chakra. We have got Mooladhara, Swadhisthana, Manipura, Anahata, Vishuddha, the Agnya chakra, the third, and the crown of the Sahasra. Regular assiduous practice by striking a chord with the sound that is associated with a particular chakra will confer the maximum benefit. This forms the basis of the chakra-based healing, which is an important concept which is derived straight from the Ayurveda, the Nada Yoga Chikitsa or the Raga Chikitsa. How music actually can have therapeutic value. That is something which is very, very unique. And ultimately, when we die one day and leave everything to the posterity, I don't know whether we will leave the world. Actually, I may not be competent at all. I can assure you whether would have scaled all the 8 limbs of yoga. The last one actually is the Samadhi Nile. And how Tyagaraja in music is able to tell Dhyana Samadhi Snanadi Japa Tapa Yoga Dhyana Samadhi Guna Snanadi. He starts actually from very Snana. Then Japa, Tapa, Yoga. Ultimately, you reach that you can do that through music. When you do that, don't actually waste your energy. You just raise this knowledge actually towards Swamiji. Nilne bhajana. Sing in praise of Lord Rama. He says. Then he also says how nicely actually is able to talk about the Nada aspects actually. Modakara nigamotama Sama Veda Nada Tanu Manisham. Then he said Satyo Jatadi Panchavedraja Satyo Jatam Aroram Tat Purusham Vamadevam Ishanam. 5 faces of Lord Shiva. 7 swaras, sa, ri, ga, ma, pa, da, ni. You may say, Sapta Swara, how it can emanate actually from the 5. Tyagaraja knows, and we all the music parties also know. Sa, the Shadja and Panchama are universal. So the variation only will be Ri, Ga, Ma, Da, and Ni. So the 5 swaras have emanated, the 7 swaras have emanated from the 5 phases of Lord. And if that is there, that is nothing but it signals the harmonious relationship actually with Samaveda, because music actually has emanated from Samaveda. How nice he is able to tell. Then he says ultimately how that Sangeeta Ladaji and Ananda sir have told, given such a wonderful treatise that is available in Amazon, isn't it? I want all of you to go there and visit that. Some wonderful concepts about the vibration, how music or the nada to the vibratory aspect that you can cause a very good relationship between the cosmos and the inner, and that is reflected in Tyagaraja's Kirti. He says, Sada Shiva Maya Madhu Nadom Kareshwara. This Sadashiva is a manifestation of Omkara. And he at the Nada Omkar. Sadashiva Maya Maguna Om Kareshwara Raja Sudha Resapanamu. The Raga Sudha. Then he also says in another Kriti, Nada Sudha Rasam Vilanu Nara Kritiya Pranavanada Omkara. Once again, Nada Yoga. You just see. Then Tyagaraja, to sum it up, he says, Sakshat Kara Sangeeta Jnana Mokshamo. He says to practice actually the art and science with the philosophy of Nada Yoga, they have direct route. They can become Jivan Muktas also. During their lifetime itself, they will have salvation. What a great, just see the God. It is not that after our body perishes, during that you can call yourself, that's what says. For that, Yoga Maharishi, I'm coming back to Yoga Maharishi because I'm going to finish in 2 minutes. Yoga Maharishi, I'm just drawing your attention back to Maharishi. All these things are possible, my dear girls and boys, or Sishyas, only if you subject yourself to all the 8 limbs of Ashta. You can't suddenly reach the Samadhi. No, don't be greedy. No, I will not allow that greed to manifest. Says Yoga Maharishi, start with the first codification, the moral and ethical values. Then inputs actually from the Hatha Yoga concept, where you use the vital force to learn asanas, then the breath control, pranayama techniques. Then, very nice point actually, Malamo and Sir also told, capacity to get detached, how to withdraw ourselves from senses. That is known as pratyahara, isn't it? Withdrawing is seemingly simple. No, it's not that easy. It is not that easy because always we will have a tussle between the Panchendriya and the Jnanendriyas. Yes, the tussle, proverbial tussle will take place between the Panchendriya senses and the Sukshma. Senses can either be physical senses or it can be Sukshma senses. If you allow the intuitive senses which are having a holistic interpretation to take you to the God, you are really an emancipated soul, but all of us are not fortunate. So you need to have assiduous concentration, that's dharana, and then dhyana, you meditate. Finally, if you ensure that you start right from the values, yama, niyama, pranayama, all those things, the ability to concentrate, indulge in assiduous practice, finally you can just be taken to the dhyana samadhi. And if that is there, Yoga Maharishi never says shirk your responsibility. As a brahmachari, you can still do your work. As a grahastha, you can still do your work. You essentially incorporate all the vital elements of the Bhakti Yoga, Raja Yoga, Jnana Yoga, and instead actually ensure that the mystical values are incorporated to the best of our abilities, whatever God has given. Because mystical values, I think, can have it by ourselves or it can be intuition, but do it. But what Madan Mohan said, be a karma yogi. Do rightful action. Don't expect anything in return. Yes, I think we'll have to really go once again to Madan Mohan, our Guruji here. And that is very important. We are going to unify. This is my last message actually for the day. If a person wants to claim himself or herself to be a person who is going towards Nada Yogi, then we must take full cognizance of the Panchabhuta that we are made up of, the physical senses, the Jnana Indriyas, the fourfold mind also, whether there should not be any revolt with Buddhi or Chitta, Buddhi or Manas, Ahankar. Everything has to be kept actually in its due place, and you have to do that. Trigunas, very good. Actually, that's very, very important. Capacity to procrastinate should not be there, and you must have the Sattva Guna. Sattva Guna, because Tyagaraja says, Paratatvam, Tatvameruga Tarama, Tatwamasi Anivatyamu Ramani Vanaparatva. Karama Paratatva, para is nothing but the anahada sound, Om, Omkara. So on this note, I once again actually pray for the benefit of humanity. We are in a wonderful place. We are living in the same era as Ammaji, and this one actually is very, very safe in the hands. The Padantara and also the tradition in my dear friend and respected, dear but respected and venerable Professor Anandaji, the whole family actually is committed. Please, all of us, let's give a big standing ovation actually to Ananda sir, Devasana madam, the great and petted Divya Priya and Anandaraj to continue this tradition. They have been ably supported by so many, including Lalita May, Sangeetam sir, Meena madam, so many, the wonderful yoga community, and the proof of the eating rice, the putting rice in its eating as they call it. The very fact such gems are adorning this sabha and also giving a humble person for me, like to give a chance, that really speaks or actually calls for the glory of the Lord and also the simplicity with which we have to conduct ourselves in this community of very learned and knowledgeable people. May well-being prevail.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay.
Ananda sir, do you want to? I request Ananda sir to just compile what was said. It was so beautiful.
Actually, Srinivasan sir outdid himself and went to a new level today, because usually he has to only talk in an academic setting. An academic setting restricts you by putting a tie around your neck, and you get tied up and you are suffocated in a straight jacket called a coat. So you put on a coat because as a registrar and professor, he has to always wear that coat, has to wear a tie and suffocated by that academic restriction. Today, he has had the freedom to be himself. I think that is the best thing. He has had the freedom to be himself and touch that beautiful Nada Yogi that lies inside his heart. The spontaneous singing of the different verses, bringing out the nuances that have been given by the great God himself. Tyagaraja, as far as we are concerned, is God. He is not a human being. He has attained that state of being a godliness. What beautiful examples have been given today by Srinivasan sir. And all his vast repertoire. He has sung thousands and thousands and thousands of kritis. So just like that, he captures. You tell him to talk about, give some verses on Karma Yoga, he'll find one song for that. You tell him Jnana Yoga, he'll find a song for it. Today he said Nada Yoga, so he focused on Nadam and the Pranava and the explanation of each one, tying it into the beautiful example of Ma for Swamiji's teachings. I think that was a classic. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us. As you know, he is part of the Yoganjali family through Dr. Nalini and their son Anirudh. And this is such a wonderful opportunity. We were initially thinking of having the event at Yoganjali in town, and for different reasons, especially to have Amma's presence, shifted it here. And I'm so happy we did that because, you know, in Yoganjali, we have a nice hall. It's a beautiful institute, but it is still just a hall. Here, you're in the ashram, you're in a place, the same stage that between 1991, when we built it, and 93, for 2 years, so many times Swamiji has sat on the stage, giving classes, attending performances by the young children, including the most important 1993, where Murali was here, and I think Jnana Sundari also was here at that time for Swamiji's birthday. You said some birthday you were here. No, you came later. Who was it who came for a birthday? Someone said, no, Murali and someone else also mentioned it. Murali was here for Swamiji's birthday, where all the kids, you saw them perform day before yesterday, Ramani, Dhanakaran, Prabhavati, Devasena, performed 30 years ago for Swamiji and Ammaji's 25th wedding anniversary also. So on that stage, we are having this. And on this stage where Madan Mohan sir so many times, he has been on the stage, remembering all those beautiful moments. Thank you so much, Srinivasan sir, for being here and spreading this beautiful message. Very amazing message straight to the heart. So giving over to Meena, because we have the most amazing. I'll come back to talk about it later, but the most amazing Sububaya, and you will see why I call him the most amazing.
So just to introduce him with a few words, Dr. Subramania Ananda Venkata, but more fondly known to everybody as Sububaya. And that's how people know him. If I say Dr. Subramania Ananda Venkata, nobody knows that. So he is apart from being electronics and communication engineer, Sububaya has a master's in yoga from SVYASA and a doctorate in yoga spirituality from Hindu University of America, Florida, and former senior faculty at SVYASA Yoga University and former principal College of Yoga and Bangalore University. And currently, sir is the director of Adhyatma Yoga Academy and founder of Bhakti Yoga Peetham at Bangalore. So, appropriate person on the appropriate topic, he'll be expounding on Bhakti Yoga. So, over to Sububaya.
Namaste. Am I audible? Hare Rameti Krishneti Nama Sankirtanam Sada Lokakshemaya Kurvantam Premikam Sadgurum Bhade Ramakrishna Samarambham Vivekananda Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Namaste and a very happy birthday to dear Ammaji and to all my dear Yoga Bandhus. Warm greetings. Before I go towards the topic, as rightly Srinivasan sir had presented his composition for all the dignitaries over here, especially to the child who was celebrating the 80th birthday. He gave a sweet kisses, through his composition. So I was thinking, what would I offer to Ammaji? In fact, 15 days back, I was traveling in the UAE and I had planned that I should come here well in advance for this event and be with the entire yoga parivar for the whole 1 week. But then I was just saying to reach here in a hurry for the Maha Samadhi of my Guru, Shri Krishna Premi Maharaj at Srirangam. And so my whole of my time went there in the Smarana, the Guru Smarana, thinking of him who had given me the whole of what I am today, the life that I am living is all what my Guru had bestowed. And what connects me more with Dr. Ananda and this whole Yoga Parivar is his Guru Bhakti, his Matru Pitru Bhakti, his Bhakti to Yoga and to the Samaja. So I always feel that I'm part of this family. Whenever I see any events happening here, oh, I wish I should be here. I always feel part of this. And so to the maximum possible in the recent times, I have been always part of this family for whatsoever happens, whether it's the academic things at Balaji Vidyapeeth or at the Ananda Ashrama here. So wherever it is, as much as possible, I try to, and thanks to COVID, which gave us a lot of abundance of online sessions by our dear Dr. Ananda ji. So the scintillating Saturdays and all that we could have. But when I thought of using the same time, the COVID time in a useful way, of having some interviews with all the yogic stalwarts that I know. So I couldn't think of someone to start with other than Dr. Ananda ji. The Copy with Yogi series, it started with Dr. Ananda Bala Yogi ji. And of course, concluded with my yoga guru, Dr. Nagendra Guruji. So having said this, so I was not prepared actually what in fact Dr. Ananda's 50th birthday was there. So at that time, well in advance, I was thinking of that day and what all thoughts I could collect about him. So I put together as a small Tamil composition and I could bring it and offer. Similarly, when I was thinking what I would offer to Amma, as I told, the situation was not in congenial, so I couldn't think anything. Just yesterday, when I had come to Pondicherry in the evening, I went to the Arvind Ashrama and I was sitting near the Samadhi of the mother and Sri Aurobindo. And when I was sitting there in the lap of that mother, then my mind came to this mother. And then the few thoughts which came, then I came back to the room and immediately had recorded it in my phone. I am not a Ashukavi like sir to remember and instantly give. It all came instantly there, but then I had to write down. In the ashram, they didn't allow the phone or the thing, so it was all in my mind. So the moment I came back, I had to put it all in the thing. So I would first share this Bhakti Yoga, the Guru Bhakti, the Matru Bhakti is more important. So I would start with this. It's in Tamil. I think most of you can understand here. Ayalnadu Vittagandru Andru Puduvai Vandu Nindra Annaya Miravai Pondru, the Pondicherry mother Mira, who came from abroad to Puduvai, the same way we see the similarity in our mother. Ayalnadu Vittagandru Andru Puduvai Vandu Nindra Annaya Miravai Pondru Annal Geeta Nandar Vali Agaladu Tunai Nindru Arum Yoga Neriyaduvum Avaniyengum Serat Seida Annaye Unai Panigindre Kaliyuga Viswamitraram Geeta Nandarishi Avar Ullam Kaliyuga Viswamitraram Geeta Nandarishi Avar Ullam Kavarndita Menagaye Avarullam Kavarndita Menagaye Un Yoga Shakti Aduve Puduvayin Polivaga Ulagirkor Oliyaga Puduyugatin Yoga Valvaga Yoga Life Yoga Jivana Puduyugatin Yoga Valvaga Vidangida Kandu Viende Malaimagal Meenachi Payarkonda Kalegal Palaternda Kalaimagale Malaimagal Meenachi Payarkonda Kalegal Palaternda Kalaimagale Alainirai Puduvayin Tirumagale Pakatle Alai Kadal Alainirai Puduvayin Tirumagale Nilai Kondai Anbar Nenjatile Nilai Kondai Anbar Nenjatile Kavin Nadana Kalaidanayum Kal Nenjai Urukum Isaidanayum Kavin Nadana Kalaidanayum Kal Nenjai Urukum Isaidanayum Palluir Kakum Yelbodu Nal Yoga Valinil Inaitita Iniavale Nal Yoga Valvinil Inaitita Iniavale Balanuk Paltanil Nyana Mutia Annayable பாலனுக்கு பால் தனில் ஞானமூட்டி அன்னையவள். திருஞான சம்பந்தருக்கு பார்வதி கொடுத்த பால். அன்னையவள் பால யோகியினை பார்க்கருள வந்தனளோ, பால யோகியினை பார்க்கருள வந்தனளோ, பாருங்கும் யோகம் பரிமளிக்க கண்டு, பாருங்கும் யோகம் பரிமளிக்க கண்டு, பாலகியாய் மீண்டும் ஆனதென்ன விந்தையோ, பாலகியாய் மீண்டும் ஆனதென்ன விந்தையோ. நீ குழந்தையா இருக்காங்க அம்மா. எண்ணற்கரிய ஏற்றங்கள் கொண்டவளே, என்பதாம் அகவை எய்து சிறப்புற்றோளே. எண்ணற்கரிய ஏற்றங்கள் கொண்டவளே, என்பதாம் அகவை எய்து சிறப்புற்றோளே. மண் சிறக்க மாதவம் புரிந்த மீனாட்சி, அன்னையே அன்புடன் உன்பதம் பணிந்தேன். மண் சிறக்க மாதவம் புரிந்த மீனாட்சி, அன்னையே அன்புடன் உன்பதம் பணிந்தேன். Yes, now we have been hearing a lot. Now let's practice. Get up.
Excellent.
We have been hearing. Of course, hearing is the most important practice in yoga. Both in Jnana Yoga, Shravanam is important. In Bhakti Yoga also, Navavida Bhakti starts with Shravanam. Second is Kirtanam. And that is what we are going to do along with Nardanam or Natanam. It is told in the scriptures, in the Puranam, Vishnor Ganancha Nrityancha Nadanancha Visheshataha Brahman Brahmana Yoginam Kartavyam Nitya Karmavat. Nitya Karma, we do Sandhya Vandanam, Japa, Pranayama, all those things like that, singing the glory of the Lord, and not just simply singing, dancing to the tone of it. Vishnor Ganancha Nrityancha Nadanancha Visheshataha. All should be doing. So that is the most important practical aspect of Bhakti. So we will try to join this. So just you're going to join with me in whatever we are going to sing, right? So where are we now? In Pondicherry. It's P. From this P, we are going to transfer all of us to another P, that is Pandarpura. Right? How many of you want to go to Pandaripura? Yes. Okay. Bolo Narayana Jai Jai Vittala. Bolo Narayana Jai Jai Vittala. Lakshmi Narayana Ranga Ranga Vittala. Lakshmi Narayana Ranga Ranga Vittala. Govinda Vittala, Gopala Vittala. Not many are moving, right? Everybody, every body should move. That is important. Okay. Govinda Vittala, Gopala Vittala. Govinda Vittala, Gopala Vittala. Viranga Vittala, Panduranga Vittala. Viranga Vittala, Panduranga Vittala. Viranga Vittala, Panduranga Vittala. Bolo Narayana Jai Jai Vittala. Bolo Narayana Jai Jai Vittala. Lakshmi Narayana Ranga Ranga Vittala. Lakshmi Narayana Ranga Ranga Vittala. Govinda Vittala, Gopala Vittala. Viranga Vittala, Panduranga Vittala. Sriranga Vittala, Panduranga Vittala. Bolo Narayana, all together. Bolo Narayana, Jai Jai Vittala, Lakshmi Narayana, Garanga Vittala, Sriranga Vittala, Panduranga Vittala. Govinda Vittala, Gopala Vittala. Sriranga Vittala, Panduranga Vittala. Andhra, Sriranga Vittala, Panduranga Vittala. Sriranga Vittala, Panduranga Vittala. Sriranga Vittala, Panduranga Vittala. Sriranga Vittala, Panduranga Vittala. Pandarinath Maharaj ki, Yoga Maharishi Geetananda Maharaj ki, Meenakshi Devi Amma ki. Still, I have 15 more minutes. What Meenakshi had given. She had given 5 more minutes extra extension. Bhakti. In fact, we have heard a lot about Sangeeta. Sangeeta ji is here. About her also. About the Sangeeta, the music, Nada, Nritya, everything that we have got. And as Tyagaraja says, Sangeeta Jnanamu Bhakti Vina. So there's no use. If you can sing thousands of songs with thousands of ragas and everything, but if that bhakti is not there. Today we have a lot of concerts which are happening. There is no scarcity for concerts. People pay thousands, 10,000, silver, platinum and all those things and go for concerts and without getting entry come back. All those concerts happen. But how did those composers sang? Like we saw currently at the small demonstration of what Srinivasan sir did. Right? There is a song in Tamil, Eppadi Padinaro, Appadi Padida Asai Kondene. Not just like simply a demonstration of the ragas or the tala and everything. How they sang, who the original composers, how Apparar, Sundarar, Manikya Vasagar, Tyagaraja, Purandara Dasa, Alvars, Andal, how they sang. If we sing with that emotion, that is what is bhakti. And so there is no music without bhakti. There is no dance without bhakti. The dance form, as we see with Nataraja, with Shiva, when we see Shiva in all the 4 yoga forms, we can see. Shiva, when we think of Jnana Yoga, as a Jnana Yogi, he is Dakshinamurti, Sadashiva Samarambam. Dakshinamurti form of him is Gurostu Maunam Vyakhyanam, Shishyastu Chinna Sankhe. The Dakshinamurti format of Shiva is the Jnana Yogic aspect. And Karma Yoga, what Sar spoke, the selfless Karma Yogi, is this Tyagaraja or Neelakanta. When the Samudra Matanam, the churning of the ocean of milk was happening, what came first? It was a poison. And everyone was running for life. It was Shiva who dared to sacrifice his life by drinking the poison. That Nishkama Karma, the Tyagaraja, that's why it's called Tyagaraja, the Neelakanta, showing the aspect of Karma Yoga. And Shiva's Adinatha, as in the Hatha Yoga Pratipika, we start Shri Adinataya Namostu Tasmai. That Adinatha is a Raja Yoga, because Hatha Yoga itself is a step towards Raja Yoga, and therefore as a Raja Yogi, Shiva's Adinatha, or now as he is popularly called as the Adi Yogi. But what is the Bhakti aspect of Shiva? What did we do now in Bhakti? We all dance in Ananda. And that is what Shiva is doing. So Nataraja is the Bhakti aspect of Shiva. Nandati, Nandati, Nandati Eva. That's what we see in him also. So Bhakti is something which even the gods are established in, and that is that which easily can take you connected to the Paramatman. When we say yoga, we've been telling this definition, Jivatma, Paramatman or Aikyata. It is the union of Jivatma and Paramatma, right? And in other yoga sessions, when you have a Hatha yoga session, the Ashtanga yoga becomes the Kashtanga yoga. Not Ishtanga yoga. It actually becomes Kashtanga yoga. Whereas now we sang and danced just for 5 minutes. Was it not Ishtanga yoga? All your angas were with Ishta. And that is bhakti. It comes with that Ishta. Ishta is that, that love emotion that what we have, right? And that is the real connection. Where did we feel? We felt Bhagavan here. Pandharpura is not, it may be geographically present elsewhere in Maharashtra. But at this moment, because Krishna says, once it so happened, Narada Maharishi wanted to see the Lord, Narayana. And so he went, where would he go? We very well know that Lord Narayana is supposed to be present in Vaikunta. And so Narada went to the Vaikunta, but Lakshmi alone was there, Narayana was not there. Narada was puzzled, Mother Lakshmi, what happened? Where is Narayana? Array, since 2-3 days, I am also searching him, Narada. He is not seen. If you go somewhere and find him, please send me the GPS. I shall come and pick him there. Then Narada vacates Vaikunta, in search of him, goes around. To the Himalayas he went. Maybe yogis are all meditating there, standing upside down in this posture, that posture. Maybe he's found somewhere there in Himalayas. Nowhere in Himalayas he could be seen. Oh no, in Bangalore nowadays, yoga is much more blooming there. Lot of ashrams there, Asyaza is there, art of living is there, Adhyatma yoga is there, Bhakti Yoga Peetam is there. Somewhere in Bangalore he should be there. No, he was not there also. Narada was disappointed there also. And then where is he? He again search, and then he got to know Sububaya is not there in Bangalore, he has come to Pondicherry. And here since 1 week, the 6th Decennial celebration is happening. Ammaji's Satabhishekam is happening. All bhaktas from all over the world, right? Though many are called, the few chosen ones are sitting here and singing. Devsena Mrs. chanting, the bhajans beautifully in the bonfire, and everyone are singing. Dimita, dimita, dim, dimita, dimita, dim, nache, bola, na. All are singing and dancing, and then Narada comes here. Is he located here? Yes, he is here very much. Where? In Ananda Ashrama in Pondicherry. The Lord is very much present here. And immediately Narada sends the GPS to Lakshmi, where Narayana is there. Lakshmi would also be there, right? So he says, this is a Vakya. I just told it a story form. This is Bhagavan's Vakyam, like how in Gita, Bhagavan Vacha, there's a Purana Vakyam, Bhagavan Vacha. Naham vasami Vaikunte. I don't live in Vaikunta, my Narada. Then where else? Na yogi hridayeravo. Lot of yogis are doing tapas, yoga, meditation, hatha yoga, putta yoga, this yoga, that yoga. There's some hit yoga in Bangalore. We know only this hit, to chase away the cockroach. Heart yoga was there, okay. Now hit yoga was also at some. Of course, it's our own Vyasa's affiliated center there. Hit yoga, hot yoga, it yoga, bhat yoga, that yoga. All kind of. No, na yogi hridayeravo. Where else then? Madbhaktaha yatra gayanti. Madbhaktaha yatra gayanti tatra tishtami Narada. Tatra tishtami Narada. Where my devotees sing my name, my glory, and dance, I stay there. That is where I stay. That's what Bhagavan Narayana said to Narada, and therefore it is here and now. So we say yoga is a Jivatma Paramatma Aikyata. When you sing and rejoice, that is when instantly you can feel that union. Of course, to continue it constantly, to retain it. Apraptasya praptam yogam, praptasya rakshanam kshemam. We have got that divine experience. But to sustain it, to retain it, we need to continue the Nama Japam, continue the Smaranam. That's where Shravanam, Kirtanam should lead to Smaranam. Think of it all the time. Yes, we sang there. We went to Ammaji's Sadabhishekam. We sang there, we danced there, we felt divinity there. So think of it and try to redo it even wherever you are. It is not that you have to come to the ashram to do it. It is not that you have to go to the temple to do it. Wherever you are, you can still do it, still feel the presence of the divinity. That is what the speciality of bhakti. It doesn't require a special place. When bhakti enters your home, it becomes the mandir. When bhakti enters your water, that becomes the tirtham. When bhakti enters your food, that becomes a prasadam. When bhakti enters your fasting, that becomes a vratam. When bhakti enters a man, he becomes a human. A bhakta is one who is humble. A humble man is bhakta. That's what is told in the Gita when Krishna tells about who are so close to him. He tells about all kinds of yogis, the jnana yogis, the karma yogis, Sankhya. But who is close to me? Yomad bhaktaha same priyaha adveshta sarvabhutana maitri karuna evacha. We devotees who are there, who extend the friendship to everyone because they see Bhagavan not just in the temple, not just in the murti, but his kirti everywhere. That is the true ultimate experience of bhakti, what we see in Bhagavatam. Again, who is a true devotee? The question comes there in the Ekadasha Skanda, the Navayogis say, tell about the glory of Bhakti Yoga there, where they say Bhagavadottama. Bhakta, first level he is called Bhakta. When he goes more and more in the Bhakti experience, he is called a Bhagavata, Bhagavadottama. And that too, Uttama Bhakta who can see Bhagavan everywhere. Not just in the temple, not just in the murti, but Bhagavan everywhere. Sarva bhuteshu yah pashyet Bhagavan bhavanatmanaha bhutani bhagavatyatmani yesha bhagavatottamaha yesha bhagavatottamaha. Sir should excuse me, Sir Anandji, everybody. I don't know which raga it is. It would have started with Basanta and ended with some other thing. Mine is like that. But Bhakti doesn't care all those. It is just whatever, Visrujya lajjam yogite. Forget. Don't have any restriction, just sing. And therefore, sarvabhuteshi yapashye. One who is able to see the presence of God everywhere. It is easy to see God and tell you are everything for me. Tvameva mata pita tvameva bandhusha saka tvameva. It's easy to see God and tell you are everything for me. But is it practically possible to see everybody and see God in everyone, especially your mother-in-law and in your daughter-in-laws? And your husband and his wife, parasparam, like this, right? Not everyone are Dr.Ananda, not everyone are Devasena to see the God in each other, right? I just remember when I tell this shloka, I remember an incident which happened in Tamil Nadu. We have a place called Tiruvishanallur near Kumbakonam, near the bank of Kaveri, where lived a great Mahan Sridhara Ayyawar. In the Bhajan Sampradayam, he is renowned as like the Trimurtis of Sangeeta Sampradayam, the Trimurtis of the Bhajan Sampradayam, Sridhara Bodhendra Saraswati, Sridhara Ayyawar, and Sadhguru Swami. In that the Sridhara Ayyawar, it was the Kartika Amavasya Tithi, in which the Shardam, the ancestral rites are to be performed. So in those days, much of orthodoxy which was practiced, so he goes to the Kaveri river and takes bath. He is a great Shiva Bhakta. Always he chants Shivanama, Shivanama. So he takes bath in the Kaveri with that wet cloths, chanting Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya. He just was coming. And on the road, on the side, someone was there lying down. Ayya, pasikide. Neenga mattum juice saapidringle, enakku konjam kudungale. Neenga mattum palam saapidringa, enakku konjam kudungale. Ayya, pasikide. Appadine alutittirukka. Paatha, he was a leprosy kind of a kushrogi, and he very torn clothes in a dirty, shabby stage, who have not eaten for perhaps many days. When Sridhara Ayyawar saw this person, Hare, Shiva has come in this form today. My Shiva is saying he is hungry. So he immediately lifted him and brought him home into the Agraharam. There was a swing. He put him there and called his wife. And whatever dishes were prepared with much orthodoxy, much care for the Shradam that day, for the Pitrukaryam, which even people won't smell before offering to the Brahmins. So he brought that and fed him. This fellow got a feast and nicely ate, satisfied, who couldn't even stand up, no walk, and ran away. The fellow who came. His purpose was solved. Now Sridharayawal, his wife, recooked food, everything for the Brahmins. They know the orthodoxy which was maintained that day. So she recooked everything, and then the Brahmins to whom the food supposed to be offered were called. They refused to come. They said, Sridhara, you have done a sin by calling this downtrodden person before we could come and eat. You had offered it to him, right? It was not the day of Swiggy and Zomato. It was fresh cooked food which was offered to them. They refused to take it, and he was someone who also believed all those. He said, now what would I do? What is the pariharam for it? You have a pariharam for everything. What is a pariharam? The only pariharam is you have to go all the way to Ganga, not order Amazon Ganga. Go to Ganga, actually, that's Kashi. I'm talking of Kumbakonam, Kaveri, deep in south here. They used to walk those days, no flight and everything. Even to walk there and come back will take months together, perhaps years. That's why somebody goes to Kashi and come back, they would celebrate as gods themselves. It's not an easy task. So by then this year, Shraddha will go away. He will miss this, he will incur some sin. So he didn't know what to do. He immediately closed his eyes and prayed to Gangadhara. Gangadhara, Shiva Gangadhara, Hara Hara Bole, Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Hara Hara Bole, Namah Shiva. Gangadhara, Gangadhara, Gangadhara. He's praying to the Gangadhara Shiva with his closed eyes. What sin I did? If at all I did, I was chanting your Nama every day. Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya. Because of which, whatsoever I saw, whomsoever I saw, is all only Shiva for me. And I didn't see him as a Jiva or a Rogi. I saw Shiva in him and therefore offered his prasada to him. Is it a sin I did? Is it a mistake I did? When he was crying like this, all the Brahmins who came there said, Sridhara, 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 please save us, rescue us. Please take the water bath. Please take a water bath. What is happening? Where is the water? He opens his eyes. He sees water everywhere. There is a flood happening in the Agrahara. From the well which is in the backyard of Sridharayawal's house, Ganga water had flooded out and the whole of the village was sinking in the flood. Because perhaps Shiva knew it is not Sridhara who was supposed to go to Ganga and take bath. It is these Brahmins who are here. They are supposed to take bath. And therefore he brought Ganga for washing away their sins. And then he prayed Shiva. The water went back. Even today on Kartik Amavasya, every year I have been going for past maybe 20 years, that the water which is the previous day in the lower level in the well would come up to this level that you can just put a mug and take. It's no gimmick, anything. It's a natural phenomenon which happens that people can just put water, easily put a mug and take bath that day. Even today the proof is happening. Why I'm saying this? How Sridharayawal was there, that because of the devotion what he had, because of the bhakti he had, all that he had, Ganga Amrita. All that he did was seeing Shiva everywhere, and the proof for it, the Ganga came all the way. One small story in a minute, I'll conclude. Recently, 20 years back, there was a young man who was working as a well-paid chef in UAE. He had done his hotel management gold medalist, and very well he was earning. For the holiday, he had come back home to my hometown, Madurai, wherein when he was going to the Meenakshi temple, on the way he saw a madman, a beggar on the street who was also lunatic, who was eating his own filth. Seeing this fellow got upset. He went to the nearby hotel, brought some idlis and gave him. This fellow threw it. And he said, why are you throwing? I'm giving you food. You are eating the filth. You are eating this. Why are you doing this? He said, today you gave me, tomorrow who is going to give me? I have to eat this. That is my condition. He was eating his own shit. Seeing this, he got so upset. He went back home. He wanted to prepare food for him and bring and give. Right? He said, I'm a chef. I prepare food for all these rich people. But these are the people whom really I should feed. And so he was worried. So one day he prepared, 2 days he prepared. He had to go back to his work, joining the work there. But didn't want to do it. He was really upset. He wanted to do this, continue. Then his mother said, don't worry, my son. We have your parents. Both of us are getting our pension. I have my jewels with which I can take care of the family. I can feed 3 of us. But if you want to do this, if this gives you a satisfaction, come on, do this. He prepares food every day and goes, packs them, goes to wherever they are. because they are people who can't be reached. You can't tell them you come here to one place. They are scattered. They don't have a proper mindset. So wherever they are, he went there and gave them the food, feed them, and slowly started giving them a wash at least weekly, once or twice, giving them a good shave, giving them good clothes. Slowly a Trust Akshaya Foundation. He was Krishnan Narayan, who CNN, IBN, this channel made Hero of the Year 10-15 years back. Of course, well known today, most of them people know it, right? Is it not that same bhakti which Sridharayawal had in this same fellow who had it? He says, it's not, when I go and see them, I don't see them as mad, lunatic, everything. The same blood which all of us have is what they also have. The same breath is what all of us are breathing. And say, for me, Goddess Meenakshi, Sundareshwara is in all of them. Is it not the real bhakti that we need to see? Vaja sevayam bhakti. The word bhakti comes from the root vaja sevayam. It means seva. So the real bhakti we need to translate into the form of the service. That's what Swamiji and Ammaji all. I was thinking why in the plenary session my talk is the last. Maybe for two reasons. One is I am a Kala Dita. If I extend the time, others won't be bothered. Second is that if you see all yogis of our time, it could be even BKS Iyengar, everyone, Krishnamacha, everyone in the beginning, they have taken the Hatha Yoga, the Raja Yoga, Ashtanga Yoga, and did all whatever Sahasa and Sadhana they could do. And towards the end, they all have culminated in Bhakti Yoga, the Sharanagati surrender. Even Ammaji, you have seen her to be a very dynamic yogini with her asanas, with her nritya, sangeeta, everything. And slowly, which culminated. It is the elevation of all these yogas, what you do, the evaluation of all these yogas you do, which is bhakti, which is a sangama, in which you have nritya, what to see, dance, not dance, of course, the nritya or the natana, sangeeta, the Gita is there, that is also there, Samskrita very much is there, Samskriti is very much there, and ultimately this is yoga, the union of Jivatma with Paramatma. So this is the Sangama. Bhakti is the Sangama of all streams of yoga. That is why Patanjali also speak about the Ishvara Pranidhana. Even in Jnana Yoga, the surrender to the Guru, which is very much spoken about. Karma Yoga is nothing but Nishkama Karma. But to whom do you offer the Phala? It's to Bhagavan. Therefore, Bhakti is there in all streams of yoga. And maybe all evolve in this Bhakti Yoga by the Namasmarana, Namasankirtana, Nritya, Shravana, Smaranam, and all those things. May it all lead us to the ultimate of Bhakti, of seeing Bhagavan not just in temple, not just in our hearts, but seeing Bhagavan's presence everywhere. And that is the ultimate of Bhakti. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, Subbu Bhaiya.
For continuing.
Apart from that, for whatever you spoke, didn't he make us all dance to his tunes right now? He did that, right? So, requesting Ananda sir to please.
Little later, again, one more dance. Little later in the afternoon.
So we would like to be honoring our plenary session guests with memento. So just before that, I would request Ananda sir to just compile the whole of this session in a few words.
Well, you know very well that you all had a lot of fun. Did you have fun?
Yes.
So one of the key elements of Bhakti is it should be filled with fun. Bhakti can never be morose. It can never be dull. This is something that we have to remember because many of the non-Indian, non-Bharatiya traditions think that Bhakti will be very serious. So devotion to the divine is very serious. But in the Indian tradition, Bharatiya Samskriti, always it is a lot of fun. There's a lot of singing. There's a lot of dancing. There's a lot of giving of the self. That is a very important component, and that is why Subbu Bhaiya is such an embodiment of that Bhakti. He embodies Bhakti Yoga, and it is in fitting that this year he started a Bhakti Yoga Peetham at Jigni in Bangalore, and it's very beautiful that came through his guru's son, Ranganna. So it is very beautiful how life keeps you busy, because he has been very busy in different places doing different things. But I think after all of that, finally, Divine said, Subbu, your job is Bhakti Yoga. That is where you need to be. and all the others, let others take care. This part, you have to be there, and he brings it out with such simple, beautiful stories. And that concept of seeing the divine in everything and seeing everything in the divine, both are brought out so beautifully by him that I think he deserves a nice round of applause. Very beautifully done, very beautiful presentation. And especially his song for Ammaji was so beautiful that we will later on in the afternoon or evening have him sing it again. And we will make an occasion for him to sing it for Ammaji. At this occasion, we wish to honor and felicitate.
In fact, again, something as a souvenir to bring, as an arpana to bring for Ammaji, I was thinking, and randomly I could see two shawls. One is this which I am wearing, one I have in hand. Both were my Guru's prasada. So this morning again, so this is something which came from Vrindavan. This is from Radha's place, Barsana, Radha Rani's place. And this is from Ayodhya, from Ranjanarmumi. Somehow I had this dollar with Hanuman. So I said, no, I will have Rama for me, and she is Radha herself, Geeta-Ananda. Krishna is one who gave Gita for us, right? Gita Kodutavan Geeta-Ananda. Avunudiya Radha, Meenakshi means one who has the eye of the fish. Even Radha Rani also has a description. She has Kili in her hand also. There is Shukadeva who tells the Bhagavatam in Radha's hand. So I thought her as that Radha and thought this is apt for her, the mala from Srirangam, and then the shawl for Ammaji as a thing to give her.
So Subbu Bhaiya is honoring Ammaji with a shawl that he's got from Vrindavan, Radharani's place, and the mala, and taking her blessings also. So thank you so much, Subbu Bhaiya, for being so thoughtful, bringing Ammaji all this from. So we would like to honor Professor Srinivasan sir, who you just listened a few minutes ago. Subbu Bhaiya. Subbu Bhaiya. Madan Mohan sir. So honoring Subbu Bhaiya with the shawl and the memento.
So we are now going into the next part of the program. So I request Madan Mohan sir and Srinivasan sir to come into the audience and relax a bit. We have with us the panel discussion now, and I will ask Dr. Meena to introduce the panelists. We thank Madan Mohan sir and Srinivasan sir for their amazing inspiration in this plenary session. We need 2 chairs. And give 2 chairs and put 2 chairs there so that we have.
have the 6, we need up here. Here. Back, sir.
Support இதுல வராது. அதனால all here. But yeah. Everybody's seen.
Yes. Yes, the chair. From here, up till there.
So welcoming you all again for the panel discussion that we are going to have with the most eminent people here. May I invite Yogacharini, Yoga Tilakam, Devasena Bhavanani, please, to come up on stage. Shri Madhavaji, who is a treasurer, Karnataka. So he's come all the way from Bengaluru to be a part of this panel. So Madhava sir, and then may I now call upon the senior teachers of the Gita-nanda tradition, Yogacharini Jnana Sundari from France, Yogacharini Deepika from UK, and Yogacharini Sangeeta from Italy. So all Shaktis coming together in this panel discussion along with Yogacharini, Yoga Tilakam, Devasena Bhavanani ji. So we'll be expounding on a few topics based on Natyam, Samskrutam, Yoga, Pranayama, and Nada Yoga. So as you see, we will just take it forward with a round of introduction. We are waiting for Devasena ma'am to join us. So we'll be honoring all our Shaktis and Shri Madhavaji, who is a Krishna now, in between all the Gopikas. So the contagion now captured from Subbu Bhaiya. From Vittala, it is going over to Radha and, the Gopikas. Yeah. So we would like to honor Yogacharini Devasena Bhavanani ji with a shawl, and may I request Ananda sir to please do the honors. Subbu Bhaiya. Yes. And the memento also. Subbu Bhaiya, please be here. We have others also here, honoring Yogacharini Sangeeta Laura Diagi, that who was being mentioned for the Nada Yoga, all the work she's doing with Ananda sir. Sangeeta. Laura ji, as Srinivasan sir was saying. And now Madhavaji being honored with the shawl and memento. Vanga sir. And Yogacharini Jnana Sundari being honored by Sububaya now. So all the way from France, she's been a student of Swamiji, and we are so honored to have all the senior teachers and mentors of the Gitananda tradition. And Yogacharini Deepika now, who's come all the way from UK, who's also doing a course on pranayama with Ananda sir. So thank you, Sububaya, for doing the honors for us. So I'll give a mic to you people. So let's start the panel discussion from Yogacharini Devasena Bhavanani ji. I would request you to please a short introduction about yourself. I'll pass it around to everybody. You can give a short introduction about themselves quickly. Yeah.
Namaste, everyone. Please simply Devasena. Thank you.
Ability speaking, which means there is so much more underlying beneath that. She is the General Secretary of Yoganjali Natyalayam, our city center branch, and she is managing this whole ashram, the Dharma Patni and the force, the Shakti behind Ananda sir. So Sangeeta, a round of introduction to yourself.
No pressure with all of these quotes from Sangeet. Namaste, everyone. I'm delighted to be here. I'm originally from Italy, and I was very blessed to find or let the universe find me and bringing me here. I was here the first time about 15 years ago, where I studied a 6-month teacher training in yoga, and then stayed longer because Carnatic music was revealed to me by this dynamic couple and family, and truly fell in love. So I have been with the blessings of Ammaji always, of course, Swamiji and Dr. Sir. So as of now, I'm a senior teacher in the Parampara of Swami Gitananda. I teach mostly online and in Italy, in the US also, and here sometimes. And last year, Dr.Ananda bestowed upon me the title of director, international director for the studies of Nad Yoga, studies and research of Gitananda Nada Yoga. So that work is about to begin. It took me about a year to understand the title alone. I was just contemplating the title. I was like, okay, and now it's gonna begin to start. So very wonderful to be here. I'm also a faculty at a university in Florence, where I teach yoga studies, and I'm a guest faculty at the Institute of Salutogenesis and Complementary Medicine. I say hello to all of my colleagues over there. So thank you so much.
Madhavaji.
Namaste all. First of all, thanks to Dr. Ananda for having me here. My own background had nothing to do with yoga. I was in a corporate career. I was in the UK. And then it so happened I ended up having I was in Esvyasa, accidentally met Subbu there. And in part, he was responsible for me to give up my regular career and get into yoga. I've done my MSc in yoga, but I'm not a teacher because I think I'm still a student, so I don't go to. Over the last 5 years, I've been focusing disproportionately on Samskrutam. I found a fantastic teacher, and so I'm here in that, wearing that hat of being a student of Samskrita, and that is what is continuously occupying me. And fortunately, my wife is also a co-student along with me. She's far ahead of me, of course. So that is my background. She's a full-time yoga teacher and a therapist as well. That's my background. Thank you very much, Dr.
Jnana Sundareji.
say after all that. I was very lucky to be connected to the ashram from the 80s. My teacher talked me into, she didn't have much trouble, talked me into doing the step-by-step with Swamiji. Swamiji always said, you've got to go to the ashram. So I did. I've been back a lot. And people say I'm a teacher, but I'm a student. You never stop to learn. It's not a subject that has a limit. You never find the end. So I don't think of myself as a teacher, but somebody who just is lucky enough to be able to pass on things that I've been given that have enriched my life.
Again, the concept of karma yoga, whatever you receive, give it, service. Yogacharani Deepika ji, please.
Namaskar. So I'm Deepika. I came here about 17, 18 years ago to do the 6-month training. And as everyone has gone through the similar transformation, also transformed my life. Shortly afterwards, I married one of my peers, Yogacharya, and we founded ashram in Wales and also in Portugal. We have 3 beautiful God's sons. And yes, so the ashrams that we run, they're very much, we try to copy this style as best we can. There's a lot of karma yoga goes on. And yeah, my personal passion is pranayama teachings. Obviously, it all fits together, really. But because of my own personal experience with pranayama, that this is something that Dr. Sir, with his blessings, we're teaching pranayama together, and in this very deep, vast way that Sangeetam taught pranayama. So yeah, brief introduction.
So thank you so much, Deepika ji, for that short one. And thank you all for introducing yourselves so beautifully, because nobody else knows yourself other than you, right? So thank you. That's why I wanted you to, speak a few words about yourself. So the whole theme of the discussion, the whole theme of this conference, as you all know, exploring the Indian cultural ethos through yoga, Natyam, Sangeetam, and Samskrutam. So the experts from various fields, we will try to expound on all these topics. So all these, our traditional fine arts, as you all know. So Devasena ma'am, this question, I think I would like to put it out to you. What, in your idea, how do you think these traditional arts like, music, dance, whatever, all this is being taught in Yoganjali Natyalayam? How do you think it is culturing an individual as such? Because there are classes that happen for children there, very, very popular, like everybody comes there looking forward to the weekend to have these classes. But as they grow older, how do you think it is helping them get, cultured as an individual, and how does it mold them? I would like to understand your perspective on that.
Thank you. Very good question, actually, and because it's a help in all the way with the students, actually, the whole life they are asking the question. Because in the yoga Natyalayam, it's not that kids are coming for the just classes and going. It's like they are in the culture, memorizing all the aspects of culture, actually. So they are coming for the yoga classes, they will be staying longer, even for the dance practices and all. So they have to, accepting like the way, like in the Ashtanga yoga, even though 8 steps Maharishi Patanjali gives, of course, he also gives the shortcut. If you are mastered in one, you don't have to go through, but that means all connected, like that way we are building up all the steps in all the way, actually, from all the side. So like that, even the Pratyahara, they are going through, actually, because sometimes they have to go without food also for the long practice. Like that, and the kids are really developed, and the culture way, the gesture way, as Ammaji says, how you walk, how you eat, how you stand, how you being, everything is yoga like that. So from morning to night, everything is yoga. As our Madhamaganji said, it's because it's a full, totally, it's a yoga life. That's what Swamiji says. Yoga is living of, way of live, way of life. So like that, when the kids coming, so automatically, naturally, they are learning in all the aspects of yoga. So like that, we have seen that the kids, even though the kids are, sometimes the kids are okay, normal, even though the kids are IQ level little less, they also developed a lot and coming to the usual average kids, So like that, they developed a lot, and we just had in the, the other day when the part of the 10 days thing, when the old students are telling how they are very well accepted with the, even whatever the life, whatever the, the job they are now in the life. So easily they can handle, like our Krishnavani also telling, she is the managing director for the whole team, I think. So she could lead them because she was leading the group in the Yoga Natalim. All the groups, when there are certain years, when their senior students, automatically they'll be looking after the small kids. That's the way Ammaji used to teach the whole huge group. Then she will be sending with the senior students to work more. Actually, they will split the group. Like that, all will be teaching, leading. That's the way, even in the online, I asked Avini, okay, when I am not there, she'll be teaching, she'll be carrying the classes. So like that, we, trained in all the aspects that they are everybody. So like that way, it's, that they have the capacity to lead and go through their life. They are ready to face anything or life, to accept anything, to go on in whatever the way. It's whatever the circumstance comes, they're ready to face, they're ready to take that and go on that. So that's what sometimes it's like even a 6-month course, they never may, some of them, they never sang before, but they will be singing the bhajans, not only singing, they also leading. Like that, it's just, leading, even they have the chance to go in that level actually. So like that is happening in every way, the culture. So as Samaj says, even the gesture gives how you are doing, even your body gesture, because in the dance, we have a, excuse me. So how you stand even in the yoga, like that in the dance, even the gesture, handless, we are, we have to show the expression, I am not feeling well, I am not feeling good, something like that, only you bring the chin down. So unless you don't bring, that's why Ammaji always says, elbows up, chest up, shoulder back, chin up. So that's we have heard thousands of times in Ammaji's class. So it's that like keeping the gesture, even, you want to go up the leading. Like Swamiji says, is a conscious evolution, just like that, step by step. That's the real, it's not, we cannot really call that it's like a book. It's really like for the whole lifetime. Some of them will be carrying the step by step always, wherever they are going. It's like keeping Swamiji there, whatever the doubt, they want to talk with Swamiji, ask Swamiji doubt. It's like that actually, it's whole life. That's what in the Ammaji, the other day video also, Swamiji is telling, I'm teaching for the quite a few lifetime, even the teaching actually. Even though they are here for 6 months, but they are going through with 1 year in the postal with Ammaji. Plus, even though they are preparing in postal, they are here for 6 months for the, the advanced practices, advanced cleansing and the practices. But still, they are like a 9 years sadhana actually. When they are here, it's really from morning 4:30 Brahma Muhurta to night 9:30 actually. So it's like that, it's going on, it's like a samskara, because sometimes most of them actually is transformation actually, transformation for them actually, each and every one. So like that, it just in the college, even I have seen actually, because the kids come in my college whenever we joined, they're working in the dance college. They asked why you came for the dance, why you didn't take other course. They just said, okay, they had the stipend, so I can earn money. Some of them said, okay, I can teach dance, so I can take care of my family like that. So, but for me, it was like, no, it's not really just the mundane level. It's something that more than that, it's in the like because yoga, dance, music, all is connected, and it's like a leading art that you can offer yourself actually. Just like Atma Prasadhanam, we just, it's reaching that level actually, Anandamaya Kosha. So like that, the gesture, even when we are teaching, we are the kids, like our Dr. Madhamaji said, no, the kids, we go sometimes like that, even with the teachers, whenever we are standing near the teachers, even the clothes, even just, it's not just snapping this way like that. We have to be really standing very humbly, like the gesture, even how you stand, how you talk, how you are being in front of Guru, like that. Everything in the culture taught, everything tied together in the culture. So like that in the college, whenever I'm going in, standing in front of the teacher, my friend feel not really comfortable because she said, because of I'm in front of you, I'm coming with you, but I'm not feeling comfortable because whatever you do, it's I'm not used that, so it's not comfortable for me. Because of you, I have to also be like that. Like that is just like that because it's developing that thing with the culturally every gesture, every momentum, every single gesture, even the Sutta says that gesture even gives the appearance, whatever you are doing, no, like that. So like with the Panchamaha, the Panchakoshas even we could see, because when we are learning the adavus, the like beginning adavus, we are starting in the dance, beginning the position even in the Araimandi, we have to sit, we have to go to the Mulmandi, then we have the Samam, all three positions. So when you are starting even in the Tattadu, beginning of the steps, you go Teya, Te, 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 Te. So when you go with the adults, even it's like building up the Annamaya Kosha. So when you're going like swaras, I mean with the chorus, when you started to move, sa re ga pa da sa ni da pa da pa ma ga re sa ni da sa re ga pa da sa ni da pa da pa ma ga re sa ni da sa. So when you go with the chorus, even it's like when you go down, automatically out breath, coming up, in breath, as Dr. said in the yoga, we are training our body and mind, synchronizing the prana only in between. Like a whole yoga with the Paramatma and Jivatma, we are connecting with the yoga, the bridge between your Jivatma and Paramatma. Like that, the dance, actually the Saki, so I call our Jia Saki. So with the through the Saki, actually she's the messenger, Saki to the Nayaka from Nayaki. So like that, the Saki is the in between Nayaka and Nayaki. So like that in yoga, between the mind and body, the prana is in between. So takes the message, So like that, we are building up, because that's I said, the yoga, when you train, even though when you want to sit in the chair, automatically your body should be doing the Rechaka. When you are getting up, automatically your body should be doing Purvaka. So in and out. Automatically when you are simply walking, even he says, okay, walk, breathe in 1, 2, 3, 4, breathe out 1, 2, 3, 4. Just like that, even the Sukha Pranayama, he asks the people to do in the walking even, So by chanting even he adds, the people who is not doing the yoga even, just simply chanting Om Namah Shivaya. It does the miracles actually. The man always, when he sees me, tell, without forget, every time he says, your husband saved my life. Just making him to chant Om Namah Shivaya. He had a big problem, I think. So even though his son was maybe doctor, but still it was total miracle happened actually. Just making them to chant, that's all. So like that, we are just developing our spiritual aspects also within our, the pranayama, the chanting, adding like that. So like that, even we go for the, pranamaya kosha, we are adding, then manomaya kosha. When we go, we have the, all the qualities for the dancers, of course. Javastiratvam rekacha, Brahmari Drishira Shamaha, sorry. Javastiratvam rekacha, Brahmari Drishira Shamaha, Shraddhavacho Geetam, Patra Pranadasha Smritaha. So they have to have that speed, all three speed. They are doing the dance as we showed, the three speed, and Stiratam, that is the steadiness. As we have in the yoga, the Stiram Sukham Asanam, the Stiram also should be there. At the same time, Sukham also should be there. So Stiram Sukham Asana, similarly, the Stiram should be there. Javaha, Stiram, steadiness. Of course, the speech changing, the clear speech, watch all the 10 qualities they say, Patrasya Prana. So like that, we are developing our characters actually to the culture, to culturing our character in all the aspects we could see, because in our Pandit family, we sing for all the ceremonies. Our father never finished, my father never finished the puja without singing, including the dance possible whenever we are even at home. So my mother sing always for the pujas, for each and every ceremony, particular song. And always my father finished with the song. That's what in the puja also, any occasion with the dance, of course, for the Brahmotsav and all. So like that other day, even Avini in Neti was dancing for Ammaji's Satabhishekam. So like that, we have that thing, the culturing with from the culture, all the aspects we are developing. And when you go to the, of course, Vijnanamaya Kosha, again, the clear rules and regulations like that, we are slowly developing to the Vijnana level. And yato hastastato drishtihi, yato drishtistato manaha, yato manastato bhavo, yato bhavastato rasaha. Of course, when you dance, when you take the, wherever the hand goes, the eye goes, follows that. And wherever the eye goes, the mind also there. I go again. When the mind is there, automatically you feel the rasas, So like that, you take the rasas also actually, the lava rasas, we have the concept in the dance. So you go, Shrinkara Hasya Karuna Raudra Veera Bhayanakaha Devas Adbhuta Shantascha Rasaha Purvai Rudakritaha. So with the 9 type of rasas, you can really connecting in that. So like that, slowly we are from the level to the Annamaya Kosha, Pranamaya Kosha, Manomaya Kosha, and Vijnanamaya Kosha. Of course, Anandamaya Kosha. When you dance now, everybody is feeling very happy, So with the Ananda, that's what we say. Anandamaya, of course, our Swamiji, he built his own Samadhi many years ago, actually. He prepared for his Samadhi already. So he built the Samadhi in the Anandamaya Kosha, because each and every Samadhi in Kamlisa Madam, each and every Samadhi is different mandalas. Most of you have been there. So he made his Samadhis Anandamaya Kosha. So like this Anandamaya Kosha, we totally offering ourselves, surrendering to the God, and so the accepting Atma Prasadam, according to our Swamiji, we call Atma Prasadam. Maharishi Patanjali says is Ishvara Pranidhana. So like that is totally offering ourselves, even including the items they are going to do tomorrow in Salangai Puja, in the Alaripu, and when this starting slowly movement with the eyes and the neck, and slowly with the hands and the foot. Then in the end, fully they are offering ourselves with our angas. They are totally offering. So Arpanam, we say, like 9 with the devotion, we talk about the 9 with the Bhakti in Bhakti Yoga, of course. So 9 with the Bhava, 9 with the Bhakti, 9 type of Bhakti in that Arpanam, Archana. So like that, we are offering ourselves totally. So the blissful. So that's what our Swamiji born in the full moon day. Of course, it's a special full moon day, of course, in yearly that Vyasa Paurnami, stage Vyasa's Paurnami, the Jayanti, Swamiji born. Again, he got the Samadhi. He's a very great dancer, of course, Nataraja. His own Sabha in Chidambaram. We just recently, we've been there with this group. So the king of the dance, Nataraja. So his dance, blissful dance. Because he, again, the Shiva means the long, strong energy, sorry. So Rudra energy, in that, of course, then he danced happily, Ananda Tandava. Then he has to be very strong, then Rudra Tandava. So, of course, in the evening, they have with the Shiva and Parvati, Tandava and Lasya together, they have the Sandhya Tandava. So, in the type of Tandavas, again, the Ananda Tandava, blissful dance. So, like that, we are in the bliss, total bliss, in that Anandamaya Kosha. Of course, our total offering to the Almighty. So I think
Thank you so much.
That's so short person.
So he has expounded completely on every aspect, I should say, of all the koshas and brought the whole essence of what it is. And in fact, you have answered the second question that I had prepared for you. How does Natyam come into all this? But she has really answered that also with all those beautiful exposition that you showed us.
Thank you.
So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Miss. So the next question I would like to ask is to Mr. Madhavaji. How do you think the exploration of this Indian cultural ethos happens through Sanskritam?
The culture in the Indian context, the meaning is Samskriti. And Samskriti cannot come without Samskrita. I think that's the foundation. Samskrita itself etymologically, if you look at the word, it says Samyak Kritam. It was well done. The story goes that when Panini finished his Ashtadhyayi, he was so happy with what he did, he gave a pat himself on his back and said Samyak Kritam. And there we have Samskrita. So I'm going to lay my answer in two parts. I had my presentation. I thought there would be a presentation, but that's not there, but fine. I'm going to lay it in two parts. Now, part one is the importance of Samskrita for us. It is really tragic for us that, we've got over 6 lakh manuscripts on a whole host of topics, and we don't have the ability to read them because Samskritam has been taken away by whatever happened. Historically, it has happened. There's no point in berating the past. But the point is that we need to recover that. And we all talk about practice here. What she talked about is practice, what Subbu talked about is practice, etc. But then there is an entire theoretical foundation that is resting in the scriptures, in our manuscripts. And we don't know what they contain. We don't know what are the gems that we are missing. It's documented. 6 lakh manuscripts are documented at this point in time, and we don't know the number of undocumented manuscripts. And a lot of work is happening in places like Germany. But now in India also, it is kind of recovering, and people are focusing on Samskrita and getting. And to illustrate on that, I just was thinking of how do I put it. So I wanted to take the beauty of Samskrita and say how somebody elaborated it. So we were talking about Bhakti Yoga, we were talking about Jnana Yoga, and we were talking about Karma Yoga today, right? You ever heard of this beautiful composition, Mohamudgara originally, Bhaja Govindam? There's Bhaja Govindam, Bhaja Govindam, Govindam Bhaja Mudhamate, Samprapte Sannihite Kale, Nahi Nahi Rakshati Dukrai Karane. What is Dukrai Karane? Anyone? It is one dhatu. See, the whole of Samskrita is based on 2000 roots basically. And one of the roots is Dukrai Karane. So like Yujir Yoge, we say, Yuj Samadhau, they are all roots. Like that, Dukrai Karane is a root word. Dukra is the root, and the meaning is Karane, which is action. Okay, so what Shankaracharya is telling is Bhaja Govindam, Bhakti Yoga, Nahi Nahi Rakshati, Dukrai Karane, which is Karma Yoga. Interpretation 1, and still to come. What is interpretation 2? Dukrai Karane is part of what? Is part of Panini's Ashtadhyayi. That is grammar. And grammar is the foundation of knowledge. So Dukrai Karane refers to knowledge also. So Shankara is actually telling Bhaja Govindam, going back to what Subbu was telling, Nahi Nahi Rakshati Karma Yoga, Nahi Nahi Rakshati Jnana Yoga. It is, in one small, 40 letters, you actually count 40 letters. It actually brought the essence of what we are telling. And Subbu was making that point. Everyone ultimately goes to Bhakti Yoga. This is the point that everyone thinks that Advaita is all about Jnana, but Shankara is actually telling that no. And it's so pithy. It is so succinct in the way it is delivered. So the point really is that there are a lot more gems that are there which need to be discovered. And so that is the first part. And I think for us, if we have to recover our Samskriti from the onslaught that is happening all around, especially in the Dravida Nadu that is happening out here, I think it is important for us to recover Samskrita in its entirety. The second is, how does this relate to yoga, right? So for me, and I'm going to talk about this as my personal experience, which is that we are currently in the process of learning verse by verse every single shloka of the Bhagavad Gita. Now, a shloka is not a sentence. A shloka is a shloka. The difference is in when you say a sentence, it's a grammatical structure, which is that it is a composition of words which convey a complete meaning. A shloka is not a sentence. A shloka is a set of letters which is bound by certain rules. So if you can hold the mic, because I have to use my finger, I'm going to demonstrate this as to what the shloka is, right? So you say, Karmanyevadhi karaste, ma phaleshu kadachana, ma karma phala heturbuhu, ma te sangostva akarmani. 8 into 4. You take any of the shlokas, most of the shlokas, this is in the what is called the Anushtup Chandas. There's something called the Gayatri Chandas. We all talk about Gayatri Mantra. So that is 8 into 3. Right? Tatsa Veturva Reniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. 8. Every single shloka is bound by the number of letters, and then there are a lot more complications. This is called Chanda Shastra. It is one of the Veda Angas, one of the 6 Veda Angas. You'll have to study this to understand the Vedas. Now the point is, and in fact, I put a slide on to demonstrate, the problem of this is that if you are restricted by the number of letters, the words will go all over the place. And so when you look at the shloka, what happens is it is not in a sequence. Because the focus is not on the meaning, the focus is on putting it in the structure of 8 into 4, Anushtup Chandas. Even when we do the Sankalpa, we do this. Gayatri, Trishtu, Brahati, Panktish, Chandam, see, we say that when we do the this one. So the problem, therefore, what happens is if you really have to understand what the shloka is telling, you will have to do a process called Anvaya, which is that you will have to reorder the words in the shloka to make the sense for ourselves. And I'm a slow learner, obviously. So it is now taking something like 1.5 hours to 2 hours for me to go to a shloka. There are 14 steps that, I've created my own template for that to understand the meaning of the shloka. And the point about why I'm telling all of this is that those 1.5 hours that you are focusing on trying to understand that particular shloka, you are in complete yoga. So the essential point is, as a pedagogy, as a knowledge system, we talk about dance forms, we talk about science, we talk about everything that is there. But from a pedagogy perspective, right, if you really go and understand the shloka in the way and do the process of Anvaya, and I can challenge this, right? I can tell you the set of shlokas that I have done the Anvaya for myself. Wake me up in the middle of the night out of a deep sleep, and I will be able to articulate the entire shloka and the way the Anvaya is done. Because that learning is so permanently lodged in us that there is no way anyone can recite. So that is where, and people like Subbu and a lot of other Pravachana Kartas, they can quote from all over the place. How do they do it? They do it with this process. And the point about Samskrita is that it is designed for this. So what happens? We talk about Shravana, Manana, Nididhyasana, right? So that is why in our pedagogy, in the Gurukula, what do? They make people to memorize. And then they teach them the rules of, grammar and understanding. And then the Manana and the Nididhyasana happens. And for that, you don't need a book. You don't need any external tools. You're already there and you're doing it. It's completely lodged. This is something that we have to understand. And if we have to go back to the 6 lakh manuscripts that are out there, waiting for people to actually look at it, open it and understand what it is, open much further vistas. With what little we have, it's what little we have is overwhelming. And imagine what would happen if we are able to get all the others. I think, therefore, Samskrita is extremely important. And I would urge upon every institution that is doing yoga to ensure that people start learning Samskrita and learn the original scriptures in the origin. We have it, We have tools to understand it. We only have to put our effort to make it happen. In fact, my friend was talking about an analogy, which I'm not going to talk about now in terms of what is wrong with learning. I've always had problems when I was reading English translations or Kannada translations of all of this, because it was not sounding right. But now when I actually am reading the original, it's goosebumps permanently. Thank you.
Thank you so much for truly bringing out the essence. Again, you answered the second part that I had for you, how to connect, Samskrita to yoga, you brought it out. So it's like you have experienced the whole of that. Again, establishing the fact that it is Anubhuti Shastra, right? So thank you so much. Yeah, Ananda sir also keeps telling, when we are teaching asanas, usually, like in our tradition, we do it only with the Sanskrit names. To any population we are teaching, we never go with the English word for convenience sake. Yeah, mountain pose, cobra pose. So we never go with that. So I understand completely, So thank you so much, Madhavaji. In fact, you said that you had gone into all the trouble preparing your PPT for this. In case we have the paper presentations this afternoon. If we have some more time. Okay. But maybe then in our next program, next event, we would. So. Yeah. No, but we are inviting you in advance to our next event where you can use that PPT and explain it in person. Yes. 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 Beautiful. Thank you so much, Madhavaji. I would like to go to Jnanasundariji now because she is a teacher of yoga. So how do you think yoga comes into all this? The role of yoga that plays in, culturing an individual, especially in this modern era. What are the challenges you face and how do you, get through to people to accept what you teach and how is it that they follow? And how does it change them as an individual? No, I won't go for the second round now.
That's a huge question. We got 2 hours. I'm up against it a little bit in France because they're used to the westernized form, and I can't bring myself to teach that form because it's lost its roots. And for me, that's not yoga. They should call it, I don't know, Indianized stretching or something like that. They shouldn't use the word yoga because for me, yoga is something that unites, and they're not uniting with anything as I can see. They come out of class, they have a little high, excuse me, from what they've been doing because it's all physical. And they'll get that high just from the physical movements that they've been doing. But there's no connection with your other bodies. You've got oh, thank you. You got 5, and they're just using mainly the Annamaya kosha, which anybody can use. They may be using a little bit of Manomaya kosha because they're thinking about it. If they're also breathing mindfully, okay, that's touching on the Pranamaya kosha. But I'm not convinced. So, but I'm quite happy to report that even though I teach in a university that has now 5 yoga teachers, my class is quite big. And people who are to come into they have to they have to sign on for a term, And if they can't get in, they on a waiting list, they never get to come in if they're on the waiting list, because it fills up very quickly, because the yoga that we're teaching here, which I have been taught to teach, is inclusive. It's connecting, brings out, it insists on the basics. We start with yama niyama, and I don't think that you get that in very many Western. I say Western, but you know, it's outside of India, really. You can go east and find soulless yoga. And I always insist that if you don't start with foundations, you haven't got the yoga. You haven't. When I was a child, I lived on the side of a mountain, and the house was built on stilts. Stilts is very strong wood, and we used to be able to get underneath the house. And I said to my father, why is always wood under here? And he said, because if we didn't have that, the house would fall down. And that made total sense to me. And that's really flavored everything in my life ever since. So if I go into a class and they don't mention the yama or the niyama, I'm thinking, well, you know, we're not talking yoga here. Even if you just mention the very first of the yama, emphasize, so if you really concentrate on that one, the others follow. They follow automatically. You don't have to try. And it culminates for me with the last of the niyama, Vishwa Yoga. And it seems to me that that actually encapsulates quite a trendy little phrase these days, as I've heard, and Dr. So will love. Do your best and leave the rest. Do your best with ahimsa and leave the rest, give it up. and that's how yoga can help people to be the best person that they can be. And when you're being the best person you can be, you're also helping society. And that's important. You can't do it for yourself. It has to be inclusive. You're including your family, your neighbors, your society. You're including the world, and the world needs that kind of inclusivity.
Isn't that the whole beauty, that it's all connected?
Sure.
Interconnected.
Yeah.
That one, you just pull one and the rest follows. It has to be that, if it is a way of life.
Yes.
Otherwise, it is not. It's just one aspect you're pulling out, right?
Yes, and then it isn't a yoga because there's nothing.
Yeah, it's
nothing
not
being connected. It's all about connection and connecting properly.
Thank you so much, Jnanasundariji, for that. That's, you know, the years of experience that is speaking. You know, years of teaching yoga to so many students. She's, been, how many decades have you been teaching now?
Maybe.
4 decades, 40 years.
Yeah.
So you can see experience flowing. So thank you so much. We are really blessed to be hearing it out of you. Thank you. So Deepika ji, you have been, expounding so much on pranayama. So how do you think pranayama will fit into whatever we are discussing now? The cultural ethos, and how do you think that is going to, not as a tool, but as a whole science? How do you think it is going to come into this whole equation?
Thank you. So pranayama, it's without the cultural ethos, it's a little bit kind of lost. There's so many things that are part of the culture here that it's just the way of life, and even like the use of the word prana, which Madam Mohasa mentioned. If somebody leaves the body, the prana leaves. So they're not resting in peace. And they'll get reborn. and the prana is just changing form simply. And just the very idea that prana is a life force, energy, whereas I think commonly in the West, pranayama is just it's just reduced to this breathing exercise, which is very sad. And preparation is something that's very, very important for pranayama, of course, which we learn in this tradition. And speaking from my personal experience, because I had a lot of breathing problems, and I had to go through like a Western medical system with my respiratory issues. And I was taught how to breathe, by physiotherapists in the West. It was so basic compared to what I learned here at the ashram, where we learn about the Vibhaga pranayama, all the different sections of the lungs. It's so deep and vast in comparison to what we're taught. And prana, of course, is also talked about in other forms in this culture. Ammaji used to talk about, the sun we can see is like a ball of prana. And you think about, we get up in the morning and one of the first things we want to do as a yoga practitioner is to practice our Surya Namaskar as the sun is rising with the breath in combination, in synchronicity with the breath. But this is just one simple practice, and you think the name Surya Namaskar would be a clue as to like when we practice it, which we do here, obviously in the morning, but in the West, like people practice it all sorts of hours in the night after work or whatever. And it's in an AC room, yeah. And so it's all kind of mixed and jumbled up. But yes, of course, we want to be in like ideally this setting where we're surrounded by the elements in a very natural setting. Ammaji also used to talk about we can access prana or get pranic lift from very simple things like a smile or a hug or a beautiful piece of art, something that comes through a divine place, not like a egotistical, which is a very different experience. Talking about sound a lot. You hear singing from the ego, it's very different to like the divine sound. It takes you to a very different place. And this is very much like a pranic opening lift. And of course, pranayama is in many scriptures. And without these clues from the scriptures, and they are clues, Ammaji would teach us that the scriptures, they're codified, so they're really to jog the memory. Yoga, of course, is an oral tradition. So thanks to this lineage, we're passed down the teachings completely, whereas many people learn pranayama and yoga from reading scriptures, but without the lineage, without the living lineage. So there's so much they actually miss. And here, for example, Patanjali mentions in the Yoga Sutras when he talks on pranayama about the time, the place, these things. And if you don't learn through a tradition like this, for example, that we face the north when we practice, the best time of days to practice, the rhythm, the timing, the different counts, how many times we should do so many rounds, and how each number of rounds has a different significance. All these things are completely not spoken about, outside of the culture. So it's really very much a gift to learn pranayama through a living lineage that has all the wealth of knowledge, wisdom in it. Yes.
Thank you so much, Deepika. And isn't that the whole beauty of, like you said, the living tradition, Paramparyaya, where I can talk about our tradition where once you give, it is a whole that you give without holding back, in parts and bits and pieces. So when you give, it is the whole. And sir keeps telling, sharing is caring, share everything. It's all copyright and not copy left. So it's sorry, it's all copy left and not copyright. That is I would say that is a speciality of our Geetananda tradition. Thank you so much. So last but not the least, we have our beloved Sangeeta Laura Biagi, right? Perfect. So how do you think, because you have been doing a lot of like studies and working with the Nada Yoga, how do you think Nada Yoga, because now it's a world where it's like the fast world, people don't have time for them to dedicate for their own selves. It's like they're just running behind anything and everything, not knowing where they are going. So in this kind of an era, the so-called the modern era, how would you place the culturing of the individual through Nada Yoga is going to happen? The unique features that you can portray.
Thank you.
Highlight.
Thank you. It's a great honor to be on the dais, especially with all the honorary speakers who have been here, who are here now, and the amazing lectures on NAD already that have been shared. I was reflecting on the title of the conference, and I was doing some research on ethos and the etymology of the word. So the word ethos comes from the Greek ethos, which means manners. It also means the cultural customs. But I was like, okay, but where is this? Why is ethos the word? And digging and digging and digging, I found out that ethos is a transformation of a Sanskrit word, not a word, a term, a sound actually, swaha. And of course, then, then talking about a cultural ethos and talking about swa, or a reflection of the self, brought up something that is really important in yoga in general, which is self-consciousness, self-awareness, self-consciousness. So the ethos of a person or the culture should be based on a focus on self-awareness, not on a dogma, not on something that someone decides is good for everybody, but on something that we can test, on something that we can all try on ourselves. And when they work, teachings or other forms of practices, then we can say, yes, these are the cultural ethos. And I think this is very specific about what we're talking here today, that all of what we're talking, all of what has been shared from the physical, the macrocosm, the microcosm are all one. So someone can tell, for example, Swami Gitananda and Ammaji always say, we don't want to create followers who trust what we say. Do it now, try it. So why is this important in the context of NAD? Ammaji, beloved Ammaji says that the sound of yoga is silence. And that's it. No, only for kuncha minutes more. So, but what is silence is not the absence of sound. The closest thing I could think about in English, of course, is that just like pure light, Jyoti, is the culmination of all the colors, silence is the culmination of all the sounds. I thought about this quite a bit. And so, but why is that important then? I think what you were mentioning in people running is not a new phenomenon in art. This is about art. In Western art, there's a term called horror vacui, which means the fear of the void. And so the Baroque period in Europe and all of that is just filling things with details and beautiful ones, gilded things and all, but still. And I think we also have a horror for this silence. Why? Because this silence is everything, is the great Maha Shakti. And we're all going back into the silence of the womb of the great mother. but we're scared because but we're doing this at the astrophysical level. We're all being sucked into a black hole in the center of our galaxy. And all of these teachings follow, even the mantralaya, all of the work we do with the sound of the bija mantras is this spiraling out, the vibrations, just like the galaxy is behaving, we are behaving. So why are we so scared of the void? Because we are all scared of the abhinivesha klesha, of dying. So let's go back then to the Kathopanishad one moment. And Lord Kama tells the beautiful Brahmin Nachiketa, I'll give you everything you want, because he thinks that Nachiketa is also scared of the void. And so he says, I'll give you this, I'll give you this, I'll give you this, I'll give you this. And also the sound, he speaks a lot. And Nachiketa's like, no, not interested, not interested, not interested, and stays quiet. Nachiketa doesn't speak a lot. And Rama says, here. Sound, I'll give you Instagram accounts, I'll give you Facebook followers, I'll give you a TikTok premium account. And Nachiketa was like, no. Eventually, he discovers that the truth is self, awareness, self-knowledge. So that is silence. So all of the practices of Nad Yoga in the small amount that I know, because I'm definitely a student forever, but all of the practices are done so that we use our need to feel the void in a cultured way. Instead of chatting, we focus on the Sanskritam and we invoke the mantras. Instead of listening or not listening, in fact, we learn how to listen. Instead of using the voice with fear or shame, we learn how to have a strong booming voice when it's needed, etc., etc. So that after this great expansion, it's because it's ultimately a pratyahara, we come out with all of the sounds in a cultured way, and then we begin to pull them back. And the silence of that process is filled with life and prana. And then we can bring it up,
The Shabda Pratyahara.
it's the Shabda Pratyahara. And you bring it up. And in fact, Swamiji doesn't mention that, he teaches us that the Shabda Pratyahara, the culmination, is not just bring it back and that's it. He says, then bring the sound under the control of the mind to the Brahmadya Bindu. Why? Think about it. You could just bring it out and then bring it back. But he says, no, bring it to the Brahmadya Bindu. So the silence he brings here is filled with Shakti and power. And so that's what people need to learn, is to be at ease with such power we all have. But in order to do that, we need to control ourselves and discipline the self and culture the self, as you beautifully look at it. And to culture the self, you need to overcome that fear. And not a lot of people are able. They may even want it, but they're not able. So
Before you finish, do you think that the fear of the void and whatever follows, their activities, their actions, is that idea? Okay.
yes, I think that the fear is innate in our animal nature. These are the teachings of Ammaji and Swamiji. But when you think about it, by observing yourself, right, the fear is in nature, is this spinal cord reaction that Ammaji keeps teaching us. Of course, it's a defense, but a defense from what? That's the question, right? It is a defense, but it's inevitable, and life is inevitable. But we do have it, even when we study, even when we practice, even in the ashram. I every day have 4, 5, 6 triggers that are inexistent. I just pay attention to them, and then, when I need to apologize, I apologize. When I need to move on, I move on. But I think it's a defense against the inevitable, which is, that we are pure light and that we're all going to transform, like, Deepika, you were saying, we're going to transform and become this magnificent being that we are. But the one thing I can say about this, though, is that defense is often associated with laziness, in my experience. So when I get lazy, the Kshatripus, they all come together, right? So when I'm lazy and I feel like I have the poor me little stories in my head, talking about Shabda,
victimize themselves.
Yeah, all of those, the anger, the jealousy, all of those. Then that's a defense, because at that point I'm so vulnerable that everything becomes a problem. But as Swamiji and Ammaji say, you don't have a problem, you are the problem.
Absolutely. So beautiful. Thank you so much, Sangeeta. I think all of this sums up, to what they have been telling also. Again, everything is connected, interconnected, Shravana, Manana, Nididhyasana. So whatever you hear, you digest it, you understand it, you think about it, and then you start executing it into your own, experiencing it and take it forward. So simple words that Ammaji teaches the children is what I can think about. Ammaji, can we do that? What you have taught? Sit straight, be quiet, listen. Sit straight, be quiet, listen. One more time. Okay, 3 is always good. Sit straight, be quiet, listen. Thank you all so much. Wasn't that the whole essence? If you are quiet, you can listen, you can take in all that which needs to be taken inside, and then, you take it in and then you digest it like the cow does, like cud chewing. It eats food in haste and then goes, sits in a place. So when you have time, maybe this lifetime, maybe the other lifetimes that we are going to, it's not a very short study. It's a lifelong, like Sir was saying, the more you explore, it just keeps pulling you that, how you realize how ignorant you are ultimately. And that is what this whole thing, I think, we need to understand how much we have not understood. Like Ammaji says, awareness of how unaware we are. So thank you all so much. I think we can just take one question. If any of you wants to quickly put out a question, we can have one question from you to the panelists if you want. A very, very quick, one word answer from all of them. Any question? Sir wants to.
A very simple one that all of them have to answer is 1 or 2 words about what do you feel we all need to do to make yoga and this culture come alive in our life. How do we make it come alive in our life? Just 1, 2, or maximum 3 words.
So let's start with Devasena ma'am. 2, 3 words. Yes, Deepika.
I would have to say deeper, longer, more conscious breathing, obviously. Be aware. And be good. Be good. Thank you, Amma. Be good.
Yeah. 2 words. Learn Sanskritam.
So each one is again highlighting on their own aspect, right?
Yes. 5 words. I'll borrow one of yours. Learn, practice, and understand the Soham mantra.
Wow.
Dance, forget yourself.
So again, each one, Devasena Miss was highlighting on Natya. She was highlighting on Soham Mantra, so now the yoga. Again, sir, Samskritam, yoga connectivity and pranayama. So again, bringing everything in together. So I think a wonderful.
Yes, within 3 words.
Within 3 words. To me, I would say anything and everything is experience. You go through it to come out of it. That would be what I would, only then I can understand. Otherwise, it's just a learning, just hearing and not listening. So it will not go in and it will not settle in. So it's just a few words. I know he'll come with that. So thank you all so much. Sir wants one last word.
I am just going to take this over to this side of the audience.
You just say, submission actually to the Bhavanani.
Surrender.
Way of life.
Way of life.
Listen, experience, and enjoy.
Regularity, rhythm, and
Think about if you are in the present. Constant evolution.
Just be what we are. Same way of life. Practice, practice, practice.
Be here and now.
Do you want
Nothing.
nothing? Nothing. That's Amma's message. Here, yeah, everybody, one word. So the question is, to bring this cultural ethos to our life, what do you do?
Balance of head, heart, and hand.
Be good, do good, be one.
Connect to the eternal soul through yoga. Be quiet and listen. Mumukshitava, the burning out of the desires. Do yourself. Keep learning.
Be the change to bring the change. Learn and practice.
Be authentic. Learn and practice. Live the Guru's teachings.
Always be happy in your life.
Listen and observe.
discipline and consistency.
Self-awareness.
What sir always say, be yourself.
See everything as growth experience.
Take responsibility of your happiness. Breathe, breathe, and be yourself. Abhyasa and Vairagya.
Yeah.
Be happy.
Did we get everybody? Who's missing? Sasi. Nothing. Nothing. He's copying Amma's one. I think my only word is right now. It's time for lunch. Thank you very much, everyone, for being with us for this morning session. Can we just come to the stage for one group photo? Because after you eat, we may not sit on the stage. So please come. Okay, like last night. Okay.
While you're all coming in and getting settled with this,
We can have the chairs in the back. Let the resource people sit in the chairs. Amma's here, a few hours in front, few behind. So bring the chairs, yeah. There so that one person can sit, yeah. Resource person, sir.
so just to remind you all, we go for lunch now. Post lunch, we have the paper presentation sessions, which I'm sure you're all looking forward to, what the young souls here have to explain to all of us. So let's all enjoy the afternoon's paper presentations also. Everyone. All of you are requested to please come on to the stage and line up here.
Please make sure you are seated. One row can come and sit here actually. Come and front right there. Welcome, yes. Welcome here. Welcome. You guys don't keep some space because Ammaji has to come here. Yes. ஆஹா ஓஹோ கீழே வெயில் இருக்கா இதுல நம்ம மேல கொண்டு வர முடியுமா அவ்வளவுதான் அதுக்குதான் Yes, come, all come, fast. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Hey, huh? Please come here. It would be good. Satya, in the pocket. It's okay, it's okay. Satya. Okay, ready? A, B, C, D, E. 1, 2, 3, Patanjali. 1, 2, 3, Patanjali. 1, 2, 3, Patanjali. Second. பார்த்து ஃப்ரண்ட்ல வந்து பார்த்து மூவ் பண்ணும் பார்த்து After lunch.